Welcome. This is a comprehensive guide for designers of all disciplines and all seniorities who want to become fluent in agentic design. We are indeed entering a new era of design. So we are moving from a world where most designers are primarily executioners to a world where most designers will need to become orchestrators. Orchestrators who can direct AI agents to do a lot of that design work for us. And this isn't just about UI. Whether you are in UX, research, service design, whether you're leading a team or you're in design ops, that shift touches all of us. Just a quick context on me. I'm a designer. I run the MBA, which is a business school for designers, and we have had over 1,000 alumni so far. I am also an ex-IDEO business designer. I have no engineering background, but over the past year, I have spent hundreds of hours inside agentic AI tools, and I have built over a dozen of internal products and automations that run our business. So everything you'll see in this course, we use in our company. This isn't theoretical. Okay, now why do we designers all of a sudden need to learn how to use agentic AI? In other words, why is agentic design relevant? Well, let's start with the fact that most business departments, if not all, are speeding up with the use of AI. So if we think about legal, if we think about marketing, engineering, finance, they're all accelerating. And if we, as a design function, don't, also speed up, we can become the bottleneck, which is not great, obviously. Especially because non-designers can now produce what they think is good enough design. So a PM with an AI tool and a design system can draft an 80% there interface, something that is 80 to 90% good enough, right? At the same time, tools are getting better. So this thing is not stopping in terms of the progress. But, and this is very important, but there's a real difference between creating a one-off design and maintaining and building this into a system. So while PMs and others can create a one-off design, really building this out into a system and managing the system is basically why design still matters and how it will matter even more in the future. At the same time, I do want to say that human craft and human-made design will still matter. It will just come in smaller doses. And the main reason for this is because most companies, especially in tech, are now adapting the fast and good enough approach, meaning they're not trying to go slow and be perfect, but they are just launching fast and quickly. And the reason for this is, again, AI. Engineering teams and other teams are adopting AI tools, and they can launch things faster. And as soon as you have one competitor in your industry doing that, there's pressure on others to adapt. By the way, if you're in a slow-moving industry, or even if you're in a slow-moving, let's say, geography, where AI adoption is not as high for whatever the reason, you might not face that pressure yet, but it's just a matter of time until something clicks, maybe one competitor starts adopting it, and that puts pressure on everybody else. So even in this case, it's a good idea to start learning agentic design because it's coming. This also means that design roles are being redefined in a big way. And we'll talk about this in a bit, but just in a nutshell, design systems are becoming AI native, design ops is getting automated, research and discovery is getting faster, and so is creating visuals and wireframes. So yeah, all business processes are getting AI-fied, and the same is happening with design. Now, the good news is this window to learn this tool is wide open. It's almost like learning Figma in 2016. And designers who get fluent using this will set the standards of how it's done community-wide, but also company-wide, right? So if you're the first person or among the first person in the company, you can really set the tone. And that's why this is a huge opportunity for all of us. And I would even say that these days, being fluent with AI agents is a huge advantage on the job market. But at the same time, I have to say that maybe soon it might be a hygiene factor. Okay, so now let's have a look at what we will cover in this course. As you can see, we have three bigger buckets. We have part one, which is the understanding the technology, how it works. Part two, which is about how do you bring your own context into the tool, so how it can do a good job for you instead of just giving you AI slop. And then we'll show you some of the ways you can build with it. So we'll talk about in the first section about what is agentic design. So we'll define this term, we'll define how it affects different design disciplines, and what are the tools of agentic design. We'll talk about how AI agents work, which is all about understanding the technology of AI agents. Then we'll also set up the agentic environment, which means if you have never used Claude Code, that's totally fine. We will go from zero, from installing it, installing everything you need on your machine to get it up and running. And then we'll go into how to bring your own context, which is creating your system prompt. We'll talk about a 3-layer architecture, which is a really important lesson here. And we'll talk about how to use these agents to get reliable and good results, as opposed to something that feels unreliable. And lastly, we'll talk about connecting your tools. So how can you bring the tools you are using on a daily basis, such as Figma or a browser or your email, perhaps, into these tools to be more productive. And lastly, we'll talk about the building part. So we'll put it to work. We'll show you a few examples of how we and others have used this tool in different phases, from discovery phase, we'll show you how to, for example, do a competitor research really fast and really thorough, how to obviously build design systems, build designs, build apps with agents. We'll talk about systematizing, so how to build an AI native design system, and how to automate things, which is how to build automations that will make some of the design ops just much faster. At the same time, I do want to mention what we will not cover. We will not go into any design skills, which is the traditional design process or design judgment or taste. So knowing what's good is still on you. And frankly, that's what makes you valuable. Second thing I want to mention is that obviously, as the title of this video suggests, we will be using Claude Code. But don't let the name fool you. It's not just a coding tool. It's a general purpose agent that just happens to work through text and files. Okay, having said that, it's time to jump into the first section, which is what is even agentic design? Well, the best way to explain it is to explain the difference between a chat AI and an agent AI. So what we have here is 2 screenshots. On the left is a screenshot of a Claude chat, and on the right is a screenshot of a Claude Code as an agent. So here on the left, you could also swap this image with a ChatGPT or Gemini. It's the same thing. So what I want to talk about is the difference. So the way chat works is that we ask questions and AI answers. And it's back and forth, back and forth. And when we get the answer that we like, that we need, that we can use, that's when we get into what I call the copy-paste phase, which is we take the answer and then we use it in the environment where we want to use it. That might be Figma, that might be some kind of Google Doc or whatever, right? But it requires a lot of us bringing context into it and then out of it. And it's still us who's doing the work. We're just outsourcing some of the thinking to AI. Now with agent, it's a little bit different. So we are actually leading and we are asking or giving it directions, and AI is doing things for us, right? And that is a huge paradigm. We're no longer bringing context into it. It's already there. An AI agent just does things with that context. It's best for me to just show you this through a live demo so you understand the example. I was trying to find something that's very illustrative as an example that a lot of designers could identify with. There's plenty more, and we will cover more also throughout the session. So let's just imagine that we're trying to design, or we have designed a form for a city council where residents can actually apply for a parking permit. As you can see, it's a pretty standard form. It has all the personal information, address information, vehicle information, and so on. So it looks very solid. It doesn't look the most modern, but it just looks like a lot of government forms do. So what we would do in this stage of the process as designers is test this. We haven't launched it yet. We need to now see if it's actually everything is working. So obviously we would use it ourselves, but maybe as a first filter, because of AI technology, we would also hand it over to AI as well. So if we were to use chat, what we would do, and obviously we will do this now, is we will bring in this file, right? In this case, I'm actually bringing in the HTML file. I could have also brought in a screenshot, but actually HTML gives more information to AI to work with. So what I will do now is I will use a voice-to-text software, and I will talk about it later, just for you to know what's going on. Hey, Claude, I want you to review this landing page or a form page that I have built. I want you to review it from the UX perspective, find any glaring usability issues. There we go. So we'll hand this over to chat. And while this is doing its job, let's hop over to our Claude Code agent, and let's do the same thing. In this case, I don't have to bring any files in. That's the big advantage also, because it's already here. I have given it access to my project folder, but that's not the only difference. Hey, Claude, I want you to run the UX review for my form that I have just built. So just run my usual skill. There we go. It doesn't matter if there is some typos as well, because as a language model, it's pretty good at predicting and understanding what I actually wanted to say. Okay, so what it will do now, it will invoke a skill that I have built, which is a special sequence of steps, a recipe of how I wanted to actually review a page like this. And basically, it will do the following. It will actually host this page on my machine as a server. So my computer will serve as a server. It will open up a few Chrome tabs, Chrome windows. It will create a few agents, sub-agents, who will actually fill out this form and then report back to us what was wrong. So there's a big difference between what chat is doing, which is basically just reading the HTML, and what is happening here, which, as you can see, we're launching 3 parallel review agents. There is someone called Maria, Jake, and then Heuristic. And basically, they will all actually be using this exact page and filling it out to find the usability issues. So the survey is now up, and I should see the Chrome opening up very soon, and then I will share it with you. Oh, it's already here. So I'm not doing anything. As you can also see, my hands are up. So this is now a agent who is who has a task to fill this out as Maria. And then there's another agent who has a task to fill this form out as a Jake. And both of them will fill it out and then come back to us with results. Okay, so Maria just finished that. Jake just finished that. So both of these are going to now close, both of these Chromes. And when they come back with all the results, our main agent will summarize, synthesize all the results, and get back to us with results. So let's, for now, just jump back into chat and see what it has found. So we have how many? We have 15 issues, and I'm not going to even read through it. What I just wanted to show you is the depth of the things it have found, which is 15 issues plus what it is based on. So you can see that it's based on reading the code, right? It could not actually run this page and actually fill it out, because that's not how chats are built. I would now have to go through all of this and implement this into the design in the CSS or code. Okay. Now let's go back into our Claude Code instance, and what we will see here is a completely different depth of analysis, and also what this analysis is based on, which is actually having agents filling out the form. Maybe while this is still finishing the work, let me actually visualize what has happened. So in this case, we have started a chat and we just told it to do something. And because this particular skill asked the agent to actually spawn sub-agents, so this is our main so-called parent agent. it actually spawned 3 additional agents. One was Maria, one was Jake, and then there was one more whose job was just to check for 10 main heuristics, if the form is following these 10 best practices in terms of how the forms and how design should look like. And when these were done with their tasks, they reported back to the agent like this. And now the agent is summarizing this and it will create a report. This is, let's just say, slightly more advanced tactic. What we could also just have done is just told Claude Code to, hey, just review this page and just give me feedback. And then the main agent would just do this itself. Also, at this stage, I don't want you to be confused about the user interface that we're looking at. We will actually get to this very, very soon, and I will explain how to set this up, how to use it. For now, I just want to show you how different tools give you different results. So let's give this a few more seconds, and then when it's back, I will show you the results. Okay, here we go. Here is the full report. We have the executive summary on top with even some UX health score, 14 points out of 40 only. That's not good. Let's see what he found. So error prevention is catastrophic. Permit zone selector is unusable. Legal text is invisible, and so on. So a lot of the stuff that actually the chat could not find because it requires actually using the form. We have an amazing table as well. We're showing what issues both of the personas found. By the way, what were the personas based on? I believe Maria was like a senior citizen and Jake was like a younger tech-savvy user, something like that. I could go and check it out, but it doesn't really matter. So we have this overview here with the issues both of these found. Oh, it's here. Maria, cautious senior, 68, so these are all the issues that Maria found, all the issues that Jake found. And then this is our third agent who actually went through this form with the heuristic classes and just looked at these best practices and if we're actually doing well on them or not. So we can just obviously read through all of that. And then we have top 5 fixes we need to fix. And if I wanted to, I could just tell it, hey, fix it now. And this is vastly, vastly different from us getting the suggestions here, reading all of these and being like, okay, now let me go and check that. So it's not just that we got way fewer things to improve, like it was just a not as thorough of analysis. Also now it's on us to do them. So hopefully that really illustrates the power of this agentic workflows, of agentic work, and what the agentic design is. You know, it is when we're not doing things necessarily, we're not doing all the things ourselves, but we are handing over to agent some of the things that it can do for us. What that means is that the role of a designer is, well, changing. I have already talked about us moving away from doing less execution to doing more orchestration, where agents are doing that work for us. And that means that we're not the ones that are building things, but we're more like evaluating. And when I say building, what I mean is like we're not physically or manually like doing things, but we are more like steering the wheel. So we are still building, we're like mentally, we are painting the picture, we are setting the strategy and direction. But it's manually building like screens and code. It is actually agents that can do this for us. What this means is that a lot of us are actually going to be moving, especially those who are like earlier in their career, from individual contributor roles to almost everybody being in like some sort of a design director or team lead role, where maybe you're not managing people, but you're managing agents. Just a side anecdote on this, I have seen some people take this to a very, very extreme. So when I look at their screens, so the way their screens look like is they have at the same time, like, this is 6, but let's say 8 of these running. So they have like, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So just imagine this screen just being like basically each of these screens. So they're like basically running 8 instances of Claude Code at the same time, because while one agent is doing something, they can hand over something else to another one, and it's just huge boost in productivity. And one team member can just do way more, which means as a team, we can do way more and we can just ship more things. Again, I want to remind you that my point of view is not that human craft will go away. We will just use it where it really matters. It's just a matter of fact that most companies will optimize for speed and for cost because this is cheaper and faster. And then the human-made graphics will use sporadically where it makes sense and when it makes sense. And so those might be illustrations, those might be some specific graphics that AI won't do as well. So there will be some combination of that, and it's still, the jury is still out how this will actually shape. But there's no doubt in my mind that most companies will be moving more and more into agentic design and in general agentic departments and workflows. So what does that mean for tools that we are using? Let's have a look at the most prominent, more popular legacy design tool, which is Figma. So what are all the things that we're doing in Figma? We're doing a lot in Figma. We're doing basically exploration, the brainstorming, we're building wireframes, we're building prototypes, we're actually designing things, we're handing over them to developers, we're also enforcing design systems, we're also reviewing. Basically everything has happened in Figma up until recently. What's happening now is that for most of these things, there are better tools. So if we just try to visualize, let's say this is currently like the old school Figma. And I know there's Figma Make and UX Pilot and Google Stitch, and I'm getting to this, right? So Figma is a legacy design tool where the way you work is pixel to pixel, meaning you are basically moving your mouse and keyboard for it to do all of these things. There's a new breed of design tools, which I call agentic design tools. That would be Google Stitch, that would be UX Pilot, Figma Make, where actually you can do all of these things, but you're doing them you're doing them text to visual, right? So you're putting in language and you're getting out pixels. And here it's pixel to pixel. I hope you can get used to my poor drawings. Sometimes it's going to happen. Okay, so this is basically, let's just be a little bit more clear. So this is Figma. And this is, let's say, Google Stitch or Figma Make or UX Pilot. And these tools can do all of these things that Figma does just way, way faster. So you can explore different variations of your design cheaper and faster. You can do wireframes, you can do prototypes, you can more advanced prototypes can be done. You can do the handoff with the developer team. You can enforce design systems. You can review. The only part where maybe Figma still has, the traditional Figma still has an upper hand is like more this, let's call it the craft part, where you're still trying to, by hand, do a certain designs. By the way, Adobe will also fit into this bucket, obviously. So what these tools, so design agentic tools do is basically just make us much faster at doing design. But the point of this whole course is that there's actually a bigger story here, which is that we have what I will call like general agent tools. And an example of that would be obviously Claude Code. So what Claude Code does is basically takes language and turns it into more language. And that language can be actual words, it can be code, it can be CSS code, so also visual in a way. But because the graphical user interface that Claude Code uses is very text-based, that's why we will still, as a community, need some sort of design dedicated agentic tools such as Google Stitch, Figma, and Make. And the bigger story here is what these suite of tools we will be using in the future actually enables us to do as designers. So if we look at our role as some kind of creative directors or orchestrators, What we have here is the old school traditional legacy Figma, Adobe and so on, which might be still there to help us do the craft part, right? Pixel to pixel. We will also be using these new tools, so agentic design tools such as Stitch, Figma Make, UX Pilot, that will help us do some of the stuff that we have done previously, just faster and more effectively. But these general agentic tools, such as Claude Code and Cursor, help us actually build out more stuff that we couldn't do so far. And let me actually show you what I mean. So here's a list of stuff that we can do as designers now, also if we really get fluent at tools like Claude Code. We can start building and shipping software, actual working software. We can automate design operations. There is a lot of scripts that Claude Code can help us write, where we can automate some of the tedious tasks. We can analyze research data at scale. We can build internal tools. Yeah, we can build dashboards, calculators, things like that. We can also connect our tools better with APIs. We could connect Figma with Sheets or Slack, whatever we need. We could create self-enforcing design systems. So design systems that are AI native, that actually, if anyone else in the team uses or writes new code, actually it creates great design. And as we have seen, we can also test our designs as real users. And this is not a definitive list. This is just to give you some ideas for what is possible, because what we're getting into our hands, and everybody is basically a very, very capable, very, very powerful tool that makes our job easier, but also expands of what we can do. And that means that also the value of our work can go up if we actually adopt these tools. And I think that's the very positive way to look at these tools, as opposed to just them taking our job. So if we now jump into which design disciplines this will impact, it's basically all of them. So obviously, UI and visual design, we have tools that can generate layouts, components, variations of that at very high speed. We also have the same thing for prototypes and for wireframes. We have, obviously, we can do synthesis at scale if you're a researcher. If you're a researcher, you can also build some simple prototypes that maybe previously you had to ask a developer to build something for you. Now you can just do it with Claude Code and maybe have something that you can use in a research that otherwise you would never build because you didn't know how. Then the work of people building design systems is going to be different. It's going to be way more about how to build AI native systems. So not systems that humans can work with, but something that will work well when replicated by agents. Then we have design operations will definitely change. A lot of manual, tedious work can be automated. The brand identity will need to be written in a machine-readable way so that it can be read by agents and reliably put out. And also all this work, strategic work around that, so understanding the product strategy, understanding what to work on, is also getting augmented with AI, because we can do competitor research, we can build dashboards, we can also quickly do reports with the help of these tools. So they're very powerful. They're touching all kinds of design disciplines across all seniorities. It is, a huge, huge paradigm shift. The last thing I would like to focus on before we move into how this technology works is just Claude Cowork versus Claude Code. Actually, you can skip this if you haven't heard of either, but for those of you who have maybe started playing with Claude Cowork, I just want to explain why we're actually just talking about Claude Code here. So just as a quick intro, if you have a desktop app installed by Claude, you can actually see something like this. So on top, there's basically three products that they have. One is the chat, that's the one we have used. Then there's Cowork, and then there's Code. So if we draw a line like this, this is basically the chat side of AI, and this is basically the agent side of AI. Meaning Cowork does fall under agent as well. So this is the user interface you see if you click on Cowork, and this is the user interface for Code. Now, the big difference between Cowork and Claude is the way they're working. So actually, Cowork uses your screen to move around and do things, which means it takes screenshots of your screen, it clicks, and it just takes ages to do anything. And yes, it will get faster, but the reason this is this way is because Cowork was meant to be a light version of Claude Code for people who will never touch a tool that looks like this, because it does look a little bit intimidating. And again, we will actually cover all about this tool, how to install it, what you actually use it, and what you see on the screen when you open it. So we'll get back to this. But yeah, Cowork was built to just serve as a simple version of the code. And it's built into its very nature that it uses the graphical user interface to actually work, and you work with it through it, and also it works through the graphical user interface, which means it's way slower and it can do fewer things because of that. On the other hand, Claude Code can actually work through your file system, and it's not working by seeing what's on the screen, but actually just reading the command lines and text. So it can just do things way faster, and it can do more things. So it's way more capable of a tool. And if you're investing your time in learning anything, you should definitely be learning the Claude Code. It just gives you way more leverage. And again, we will cover everything about how to install it and how to use it. Don't worry. My main point of this section was just to tell you that there's a huge difference between using AI in the chat function and in the agent function. Agents do things for us. And if we actually adopt this as a community and you individually, you will just have way more leverage, and you will be able to do different things and way more things that have, more value. That's it in this section. And in the next one, we'll learn how AI agents think and how they work. So if you take nothing else away from this course, but just this fundamental framework and principle, you will be a much better user of AI, regardless of if you're using chat or agent, or if you're using Claude Code or anything else. This is the fundamental nature of AI and agents, which is that they are probabilistic in their nature. In other words, if we ask AI and agent to do something, it actually runs through a probability machine, and it just gives us an answer which is going to be different every time. It's very, very rare we're going to get the same answer, even if we ask for exactly the same thing every single time. And this is because in their very nature, they are probabilistic. They are calculating the probability of what is the right answer for that request. So just to show you this, I will just say, hey, can you write a short song about designers using Claude Code? And not plot code, but Claude Code. And let's do this 3 times. Boom, boom, and boom. Oof. Control ship it. Verse 1, chorus. Oh, verse 2, chorus, bridge, outro. Okay. I'm not going to read it or even sing it. I'm not a singer. Okay. Here's a short song about designers discovering Claude Code. Verse 1, I used to push pixels all day long, tweaking shadows, la la la. Let's compare this to here. I used to drew boxes in Figma. Okay, so we can see it's already slightly different, even though the structure it's following is pretty similar. Outro, bridge, chorus, verse. Same here, but we can already see that it only has one verse, chorus. Yeah, there is verse, chorus, and then verse, chorus, outro. Why do I feel like there's a bit less text here? So verse, chorus, outro. And here we have verse, chorus, bridge. Okay, so bridge is missing in the last one. Anyway, you get the point, right? It's probabilistic, and that's awesome because it's very creative. It can solve problems it hasn't seen before. It can brainstorm. It can be creative. It can really cover a lot of ground. And that's why all of us are using it. However, sometimes in business and in life, you want something that's much more deterministic. And what deterministic means is that if you put the same input in, you get the same output out, right? So if I give you the same input, I want exactly same thing out of it. An example of that would be a code like a Python script. So just imagine a script that takes an image that we have created, and in the code, it's encoded that each time we run this script, we get 3 different variations of that image in different sizes. I don't know, one that's maybe focused or like specialized, optimized for LinkedIn, one maybe for Facebook, and one for Instagram. Okay, so let's say we're in marketing team and we just need this. When design team gives us an image, we have this Python script that just always cuts out different sizes. Now, when I want these different sizes, I don't want my tool, AI tool, to be creative. I just want it to do the thing that it has always done and just deliver the right result. So our job when we are working with AI and we're designing AI systems and orchestrating AI agents is to understand when to use which nature. So when to use AI's probabilistic nature and when to use scripts. The good thing about AI is that AI can act, and by nature, it acts as a probabilistic tool, but we can use it to help us build scripts, code. And that's why it covers both. And that's why it's so amazing. And that's why, yeah, it just has such a big impact. But I will actually cover more about how we can use AI to build codes and scripts and when to use it as probabilistic and deterministic in the 5th chapter of this video. So more about that later. For now, the main point is just that in its very nature, when you're using an AI, it's probabilistic, which is good, but also bad. And you need to know that this is its nature and when to use it. Great. Okay. So the next thing to understand is that, especially this is important for us as designers, is that AI is a language machine. Well, at least most of definitely LLMs are language machines. There's also video models and image models. But in this course, we're covering CLAUDE, which is using language models. So it's a language machine, not a visual machine. So even when you drop a screenshot into CLAUDE, it does not see images. What it does, it basically tries to translate this into words or code or CSS, right? And through that, it tries to understand what you're actually trying to tell it to do or what you're actually sharing with it. And that's very important for us as designers to understand that when we are sharing screenshots or when doing anything visual, it's very important that we don't just show things, but we try to describe that. And this can be in words, this can be, well, it could be code if you have an HTML version of your visual. One tool I want to share here that really helped me a lot is to use these voice to text tools. If you just go on Google or any AI tool and just type in, hey, what are voice to text tools? You will find a few. Don't want to promote any. So what they do is that you have a hotkey, like a shortcut on your keyboard, and whenever you press that, it's just going to start recording your microphone or your headphones, and you can just talk instead of write. And I just find it just much easier to talk out loud than to write out. And this way, I just share also what's on my mind and what am I seeing, what I wanted to change. So what I'm trying to say is you can augment this process by adding more words to your visuals when working with AI, if you actually want to work with it this way. And one way to do this in an efficient manner is to use these voice-to-text tools. Next thing to always remember, I mean, we have all experienced this, but AI will give us false facts with full confidence. It never hesitates. It doesn't really understand what is true and what is wrong. It's, as we said, probabilistic in its very nature. So it will just create something that, and be very confident about it, that isn't true or isn't working. So it's very important to always keep this in mind and not get fooled by the confident voice that AI gives us. And we always need to have some kind of loops to review things. And this is fundamentally the role of a design agent or the employee working with agentic tools. It is to be that, like line like a filter for AIs to really know, is this making sense or not? At the same time, to also use AI in a way where there's less chance that you're getting the wrong answer. One example of that was us. Remember, when we did the usability testing, we actually spawned out 3 different agents. So when 3 different agents go through the same process, you are just having more probability that you're covering more ground and you actually find the right answer. So if we had, I don't know, if you would be looking up doing like a competitor research and you just ask one agent to do it, it would cover less ground and maybe uncover some fake facts. But if you ran 5 agents and let them come to a consensus, you could be much more confident in that answer. So this is how you can use AI to, and it's very nature of the AI to actually get you better results. But at the same time, it's on us as people who are orchestrating this to also review in the end or create a system that reviews. And honestly, this is also the additional value of designers in this process, is to visually always review the output. If your nature of work is visual, if it's more research or service, then it's just different type of thing you're reviewing. But ultimately, it is on us to give a green light. Okay, how to work with AI. So this is a ladder of how you can get more and more confident using AI and how you can be more and more confident in the results that you're getting out of it. So at the bottom, we have total and utter chaos, which is using AI in a way where we get very probabilistic, very creative answers. And then on top, we have something we can fully trust. And at the bottom of this ladder, we have the way most people are using AI, which is you open a new chat. It doesn't have any understanding of who you are or what you're trying to achieve, and you just give it a prompt, right? And this is where a lot of the slop comes from. We are just getting different answers every time, and it's also pretty generic. The way we get out of this is that we add some kind of rules to it. So if we are designers creating like visuals, what we could do is add certain like brand visuals, or like we could take our PDF of the brand guidelines and extract out of it the colors, the spacing, and so on. And we would write this in something called CLAUDE MD, and we will cover this later in the course. But it's just a system prompt that AI reads every time you open a new chat, regardless. Every time you open a new chat, it preloads this as context. So if you would write in this CLAUDE MD file, if you would write the colors that you wanted to use whenever you ask to design something, the spacing, the logo, and so on, it would follow those much better. But if you really wanted to repeat exactly the rule every time and to just have an output that is much more deterministic and that you can trust more, then we need to get into the code, right? Into the scripts. Meaning turning our design elements, our design ideas into CSS, into components, into language like, hey, spacing needs to be 16 pixels, and so on, right? So the more we can get towards the code, the more we can trust the output of a tool like CLAUDE Code. And mind you, look, sometimes we do want this because we want the tool to be more creative and cover more ground. And sometimes we want to be here. But in general, most of our work should be, especially the repetitive work, like the production work, is all about moving up the ladder. Again, we will cover what CLAUDE MD is, so don't worry about this. The main message right now is just repeating also this probabilistic and deterministic nature, and that we need to understand what we want when. And if we want AI to follow our taste, we need to encode it and use code. Next thing to remember is that the more instructions we give to AI, the less likely it is to follow all of them. So if I went into an instance, so open up a new chat, open up a new agent, and gave it 12 things to do, as opposed to giving it maybe 3 things to do, it's very more likely that some of these would be skipped, not done. Has happened to me a lot. So the longer the prompt, the more chance it is that it's actually not going to do one of those things. And then I have to do even more work of reviewing. So the practical and pragmatic rule is to just give it a few tasks at a time, 1 to 3 maybe, and then review the work and then move on to the next stage. Next one is context rot. Extremely, extremely important concept. Not a lot of people are aware of this. So a year ago, I think there was this notion that, hey, the more context we can give to AI, the better, right? So I'm just going to cram everything, all my documents, all my PDFs into this chat. And this way it knows everything about me and it can give me a better answer. It turns out there's something called context rot, which is the more tokens we spend, the more messages we send, the worse the performance of the model. Meaning like after 100 messages, the model might be performing just at 40% of its like peak quality. And in the beginning, the first 10 messages, it's around like 100%. Well, it's never 100%, but basically it follows this kind of graph where first it's for the first majority of the conversation, it's kind of acting okay, but then it just degrades very quickly and very drastically. So the whole idea of this is that when your chats or your conversations with agents get longer, then you just should open up a new agent, open up a new instance. I'll show you later what I mean with this. But basically, in an agentic workflow or like in a chat workflow, this would mean after I had a long conversation with chat, I would just open up a new chat. And the same thing is in an agent because we can open up new chats with an agent. So it's the same thing there. So yeah, the way you can also measure this is that these tools do show you what percentage of context you have already used. For example, if you have like 200,000 tokens, which is some models give you 200,000 tokens, some give you 1 million tokens. Once you get close to a certain number, then you basically it's better for you to start a new chat. The general consensus right now with Claude Code is that it starts to degrade around 100 to 200,000 tokens. It's also a topic of big debate because there's new research showing that it's getting better and better. So maybe by the time you're watching this, you can just have a look at the context rot. You could just maybe go on and even ask Claude, or you just go on Google and Google for context rot, Claude, Opus model, and so on, and just have a look at what is the current rule of thumb. My rule of thumb is just you kind of get a feeling for when it starts to degrade, when it's not really following instructions anymore. And I generally just refresh or start a new agent around 100 to 200K tokens. That's as of April 2026. Okay, actually maybe just one last thing on why this is the case, why context rot happens. Well, it is exactly because these tools are probabilistic. So the more input we give it, the more, the wider the net it needs to cast in terms of the options. All right. So if I just give it a very, very pointed prompt, it only needs to consider maybe like 10% of things. But if I give it a lot more context, it needs to start considering all of these other, maybe let's say that's like 60 degrees angle. And it just needs to think about many, many more options. And then it just starts to hold too many tokens and too many information in its context window. And it just starts to degrade in terms of the performance. So that's why this happens. And this is built into the very nature of LLMs. And we'll see how far we can correct this. So that maybe is going to be one of the big advantages of humans over AIs and LLMs. It's just that we are able to hold in more context than they are. But let's see. Okay, so that's how AI agents think and work. Next on is setting up our agentic environment. Okay, so the first thing we need to talk about is 3 different environments or user interfaces that you have available when you're deciding to use Claude Code. And these 3 environments or UIs are Terminal, Claude's desktop app, or something called IDE, which is Integrated Development Environment. And if you have never used this or any of these, that's fine. I will go through them now and explain what they are. So first is the terminal. This is Claude Code's native environment in the sense that when it was introduced, when it was developed to be used in the terminal. And if you have never used terminal, that's completely fine. We will not be using it as a part of this course. But the way you get access to terminal is that you use your Spotlight search if you're using Mac and just type in terminal, and then you will get this kind of command line interface where you actually are talking to your computer by typing in commands. So it's command line interface, which is completely different from the graphical user interface, which is what we're all used to and we're all using day to day. So what I do have to say that the terminal's version of Claude Code is usually the most capable. Why? Well, because all the new features that come out, they come first to terminal. Sometimes they're also directly available in the desktop app and IDEs, but usually they're not right away available also in these two options. But they usually trickle down to these in like a couple of weeks. So it is definitely most capable and most recent version of Claude Code, but it's the hardest to master just because of how we are used to using software, which is more graphically. One big downside is also the fact that terminal doesn't have any file previews. So the things you're working with, you actually can't see those files, whether that's CSS or maybe that's a web page or anything else. You just have to always have terminal and then another software open next to it. So that's the downside. And frankly, these are all the reasons we will not be using terminal in this course. Now, the next option is the desktop app. So this is the native Anthropics desktop app in which we can see that we have options to do the chat, to do co-work, and do coding. Now we're in the coding section, and you can see that it looks very familiar. There is a chat field where we can chat with the agent. There's also a way to choose a file because the way agents work is you do need to dedicate a certain space on your computer. So that would be a folder in which it works. And then you can just chat with it in this environment. So it is easiest to use, but again, it doesn't have the file preview. So that's another downside. And that's why we will actually be using IDE, which is an examples of that would be Anti-Gravity, which is Google's IDE. We have VS Code, and then we have Cursor, and there's more of them, but the one we will be using is Anti-Gravity. An advantage of these is that they do have file previews, so we can actually go through our folders and we can actually work through them. We can see the changes that we make into the files. So when we're actually talking to the agent, it actually asks us, hey, we want to make this change, and actually visually shows us the change it's trying to make. So it's just easier to know what you're actually changing. It is simple to use and is interoperable. And that's a big point, which is if at any point in your journey, agentic journey, you don't want to use Claude Code anymore, you can actually just switch. You can have the same folders, the same files, and just switch to another model. For example, Codex. You can just use Codex, to OpenAI's basically competitor product to Claude Code, and you can just use OpenAI's models to basically do your work. So it means you're not locked into Anthropic's way of working. So for all of these reasons, we will be using Anti-Gravity and IDE as the environment. And again, don't worry if you have never used this. I will explain everything, how it's used. What I will say, and just as a last thing here, is that this is definitely the best starting point in my opinion. But then later, once you get more comfortable with using Claude Code, you will then also be able to use terminal, and you can also use desktop app for certain use cases. But let's just simplify for now, and let's just focus on this one. Okay. So next step for us is to set this up. So to actually be able to use Anti-Gravity and Claude Code within it. So we need three things to be able to do that. The first is the subscription. So Claude Code only works if you are a paying customer. So they have four essentially plans. First is free, then is Pro, and then there's Max, which comes in two different tiers. One is $100 and then one is $200. Essentially, it's similar to the Pro version. It just gives you more usage. I would suggest you start with a Pro just to get to know Claude Code and see how much you're using it. And then if you constantly are hitting the usage limit, then you can upgrade to Max or the Super Max, which is the 20 times more usage than in the Pro. But yeah, for this course and for you actually starting to play with it, Pro is completely enough. I will not go through the whole flow of you subscribing. I'm assuming that's something that you're all comfortable doing. You can just click on try CLAUDE and just go through the flow, add your credit card, and then you have a subscription. One thing I would mention here is just that if your company doesn't let you use these models from Anthropic or OpenAI for privacy or GDPR reasons, which is a case for a lot of companies in Europe. I've spoken to a lot of friends who just are not allowed to use this unless they are, using it on their own machine and maybe for not working. Luckily now, there is some companies that are trying to solve this. Let's call them AI wrappers. So they basically have all the latest models available from Anthropic, from Google, from OpenAI. So this is OpenAI, this is Google, this is Anthropic. So there's all the latest models. You can see Sonnet 4.6, Opus 4.6 as well here. And it basically means that you can use these models, but in between you, let's just say that this is you and this is Anthropic. So CLAUDE, this is you. In between, there is this company. An example of that would be LangDoc or InnoGPT, and there's more. So whenever you send a request, you are actually sending a request or your chat message first to LangDoc, and they are actually making sure that there is no sensitive data, and that they're also making sure that this data is being only transferred to European servers and so on, and only then it goes to the models, and then it comes back, and then you get your answer. So essentially, it is just a way to make sure that you're using it in a safe manner and also compliant manner. So if that's a problem you're hitting within your company, maybe just have a look at the options. You don't have to use these specific ones. These are the two I have heard of. I think they're both German, but there might be many more, depending on the country you're from. So no excuses. Okay, so we have the CLAUDE subscription. Let's go to IDE software. In other words, we now need to download Anti-Gravity. So the way you download Anti-Gravity is you just go on Google and type in download Anti-Gravity, and you will get to a page that looks like this. So you can decide which download you need. If you're Windows, you download here. If you're Mac, just make sure that you're downloading the right version. If you just go on here and type in about this Mac, you will basically see what kind of chip you have. In my case, it's M1. So if you see M something, it means you're an Apple Silicon, and you would download this one. And if it says Intel, then obviously it's Intel's chip. So you download this one. After you click here, you will get the package on your downloads folder, and then you just open it up and finish the installation. After you have done installing it, bam, this is checkmark. Then now we go through the list or through the steps of setting it up. And I will not be sharing my screen because I have already set this up, and I have rather just used my wife's computer to set it up also for her and took screenshots so that I don't mess up my own setup. But for you, it should be the same experience. You will see exactly all the steps you need to take in order to start using Anti-Gravity. So at this stage, at this screen, I'm assuming that you have installed the Anti-Gravity and opened it. And this is the first thing you will see. Welcome to Anti-Gravity. Let's get you set up. You obviously click the button next, then we move on. Now you choose your editor theme. You can use the dark modern on any other that you like. Then again, you click next. Then you choose how you want to use Anti-Gravity Agent. I suggest you just go with review-driven development. Then you click next. Again, here, just click next. It means it will download some of the extensions that are going to be useful when you're actually using this. And then you have to sign in to Google. So Anti-Gravity is Google's product. So you do have to sign in with your Google credentials. So you just click here, and then it's going to open up your Gmail or Google Workspace page, and you just authorize Google to sign in, and that's it. By the way, if you don't want to use, and if you're not a user of Google, and if you don't like their services, everything I'm saying here, it's equally useful, equally applicable to VS Code. So these two tools look essentially the same, almost the same. There's minor differences. So if you don't want to use Google's products, you can also just use VS Code. The whole process is going to be very, very similar, if not exactly the same. And if you get stuck using or installing it, you can just use, well, Claude Chat or Gemini Chat to just get you unstuck. Which is also what I suggest to you if you're watching this video and some of the screens have changed and you're not sure what to do. Just take a screenshot, put it in an AI chat, and just ask it to help you. So the next thing you will see is obviously you will need to accept the terms of use. Then Antigravity will ask you to install OSA script on your machine. That is necessary. So just click OK here and put in your password for your computer. And then you'll get to the first screen. But we're not done yet, right? Because what we have done now is we have just set up anti-gravity. But what we still need is an extension to use Claude Code within anti-gravity. Okay? So we do have anti-gravity set up, but now we need to almost like add a plugin, almost like a download an app on a phone for this anti-gravity to be compatible with Claude Code. Well, actually just a minor detour. What you will see here on the right-hand side is an agent. That's a built-in agent by anti-gravity. And if you click here, you will see that actually you can also choose Sonnet 4.6 and you can choose Opus 4.6, which are essentially Anthropic's models. But I would suggest you don't do that because doesn't have the same features as using Claude Code natively within its extension. Okay, so what you have to do to add this extension is on the left-hand side of anti-gravity, you will see this kind of menu, and your job is to click this option. This is extensions. Okay, once you have done this, you need to type in Claude Code into search, and then you need to look for this kind of looking icon and option. Make sure that it's Anthropic's one, right? So there's some plugins and extensions which aren't Anthropic's native. So just make sure that when you're actually reviewing this page and before you click install that it says Anthropic here, right? I'm just going to highlight this again. It says Anthropic here and you will see millions of downloads. You click install and also make sure auto update is selected so that it's going to be updated automatically. The next thing you have to do is you have to click Trust Publisher and install. And the way you know that it's installed is that you will now see uninstall button instead of install, obviously. And we're almost done. The next thing then is basically you will, next thing we have to do is you have to click this button here. Let me actually be a little bit more clear. All of these have such a big thickness. So this is Anthropic's logo. You have to click here in order to see a screen like this. Okay. So what we do now is we click on Claude AI subscription, because what we're doing now is we're connecting the extension with our own username, with our own plan. If you have bought Pro or if you have bought Max, now we need to tell it who you are, that you can actually start using your tokens. So you click here and it's going to ask you to open a page. Obviously click open. The next thing you will see is in your browser, there's going to be a page open up by Anthropic and it's going to ask you to connect your Claude Code with your Claude account. And you just click authorize and then you will see a screen like this and then you're ready. Welcome. Alrighty, so that means is that now we have everything ready to actually start using Claude Code. We have the subscription, we have the ID software, and we have the Claude Code extension within our IDE. Okay? Alrighty, so if you decided to use desktop app, you wouldn't have to do any of that. You could just jump in. But again, I think if you're serious about using agentic tools, that is a good investment to just go through this process. Okay, now I want you to, I will guide you through the controls. What you will actually see when you open up your anti-gravity instance. So let me just open it up. So this is what we're exactly seeing. So in the middle, basically we need to choose what folder we'll work with. And on the right, we have this agent, which, as I said, for now, let's just ignore it and let's just close this. But because agents do stuff on our computer, we need to give it a dedicated space. We need to give it a folder within which it will actually be doing its job. So you click open folder and then you basically choose one of the folders you have. I suggest you create a new one. Let's just call it, in my case, I'll call it demo. You can call it whatever you want, Claude Code, whatever. So just create it and then select it. Okay, so you can see that the view has slightly changed. Again, I'm going to close the agent. And here on the left, you can see that now we have this my folder open. And within this folder, there's nothing yet. But as we now start building things, there's going to be more and more stuff in it. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to open a Claude Code. And I'm just going to click here. Actually, let's do it differently. So just type in Command N and click here. Anti-gravity frequently changes certain buttons to open things, but the most reliable way to open Claude Code instance, if there's nothing on your screen, is to just click Command and letter N, Command N, and then just click this button, and then you will get a Claude Code chat. And this is what you want to see. This is how you know you're actually talking to Claude Code. There we go. So you just first send the first message and you see if it's working. So what I want to do now is just show you some of the first commands and how everything looks like. So what you can see, obviously, at the bottom, we have the chat function. We're typing stuff in, and this is pretty, I think, familiar to most of us. One thing I want to do is just have this open. Yeah. So this is the file preview view, and I suggest you have this open most of the time. And then on the right, you can have your chat with Claude Code. You can obviously have multiple chats. You can open as many as you like. You can also use hotkeys to move between these. So Option, Command, and left takes you left. Option, Command, and right takes you right. Command W closes it, and you can also close it like this, obviously. Also, you can open the history here. If you just click here, you can see some of the previous sessions, and you can just also reopen those. And also you can open a new Claude Code instance just by clicking the plus here, right? That's another option. Instead of clicking it here, you can also click it here. Alrighty, what else do we have? So we have the chat. Then we have, these commands. So whenever you type in /, you will just see options of the things that you can do. We'll just go through some of the most basic ones. And I think once you get more fluent, you can also just learn and add, learn how to use more of these. The most important ones are, switching the model, right? So by default, you will have Opus 4.6, which is their most capable model. You can also switch to Sonnet or Haiku, which are two of the less capable, but also cheaper ones. Actually, let me just show you all the options. So as I was just saying, we have Opus, we have Sonnet, and we have Haiku. And as the name suggests, it's an analogy from the, poems. So Opus is the slowest, but the most capable, right? But also the most expensive. Sonnet, it's pretty fast, but it's much cheaper, let's say quite a bit cheaper than Opus. But it has like 80 to 90% of the capability in terms of the thinking that Opus does. And then there's Haiku, who is just very, very fast and very, very affordable, but it's not as capable in terms of the thinking. So depending on the task at hand, you can just choose whichever you actually want. You can see there's a huge difference also in the prices. So $15 per million tokens on Opus, $3 per million tokens for Sonnet, and a quarter of a dollar per million tokens for Haiku. If you are a Pro or Max subscriber, you will not be paying for this exactly these prices because you're heavily subsidized. But if you actually use their API tokens, which is a different kind of product, and let's leave that for another video if we ever do advanced version of this video. So this is just for us, like illustratively, to understand how many tokens we are burning, but we're not exactly paying these prices if we have the Pro and Max accounts. Okay, but it is important because Opus spends most of our tokens, and if we need to save some of that, we can just use Sonnet. My suggestion is that you start with Opus, you see how fast you use it, and then you slowly start to get a feel for what to use which model for. Some of the most advanced users have a good feeling for, like, for example, Opus. They only use Opus for more advanced coding and for planning, and then they leave the execution to Sonnet. And then for certain very simple agentic tasks, you could use Haiku. For example, I have one automation where I use Agent to label all my emails. So it goes through my emails and it just puts them into it's sorting it into the right, again, how is that called? Not extensions, but labels. Yeah, labels in Gmail. And I just use Haiku for that because it's way faster. And then I use Sonnet and Opus for other things. So yeah, going back to anti-gravity, we just spent some time talking about models, which is this. So the way you actually switch models is, well, you can just click here and click switch model, and you can choose the one, and you can do this mid-session, right? I can start chatting with it first in Opus. Hey, this is now talking to Opus 4.6. Now mid-chat, I can also change and go into model, and I can just use Haiku. And it says switch to CLAUDE Haiku. Okay, then you can just do that. You can do the same also just with a / command model, and you get to the same page. Next thing that's very, very important is also this, which is permission mode. And this is what most people are worried about, which is if I give a task to an agent, what will it actually do? Well, there's 4 different, now there's 5th one, but let's again leave that for now. 4 main ways, 4 main permission modes. Ask before editing is basically whenever Claude makes any change to any file, even not even deleting it, but moving it, editing it, creating it, it will always ask you. Next option is edit automatically. And let me just maybe zoom in so you can see this. So we have ask before edits, we have edit automatically, which is that once you give it a green light for that specific task, it will do that specific task without asking you for permission all the time, but we'll ask you permission as soon as it goes outside the scope of that task or that file. Then we have the plan mode, which is a very, very important feature, especially for the beginning of chat when we're starting a new task. I typically use plan mode all the time. So when I'm starting a new task, think of a new build, I always use the plan mode, which means it's just a simple injection of a prompt that tells Claude Code to not act right away, but to first try to understand the context, which means it will ask you questions. And I'll show you how this looks like in a bit. And then the last is called bypass permissions, which means you just letting Claude Code do whatever it thinks it needs to do. I don't recommend using this all the time, but I do use bypass permissions a lot after I have done the plan mode. But again, I wouldn't recommend you do this right away or at all. Disclaimer, I'm not liable for any work you do with Claude Code, obviously, but I'm just sharing how I use it. So when I use it in the beginning, I used ask before edits all the time because I was trying to understand what is Claude even doing. And after I got a little bit more comfortable with that, I have switched to edit automatically. Then I have switched to bypass permission once I got the feel for how it's working. But again, the way I usually use it is that I first do the plan mode on the on the build, on what we're trying to do, and then I click bypass permissions, so it just runs faster. And the reason we do this is speed and also interruptions, because if you ask for edit, if you tell Claude Code to ask you for permission for every single edit, it will just be clicking approve all the time. So it kind of defeats the purpose of also having an agent. So yeah, that's on the permission modes. There is a fifth one, which conveniently is already available on terminal, but it's not available on the IDE. So just as a reminder, I was telling you that new features are first released to the terminal, and then only later they make their way into desktop app, and usually IDE is the latest one. So in the anti-gravity, we do not have the fifth permission mode which is called auto mode, which basically just means that Claude decides on its own when it just bypasses permissions and when it feels like it's doing something a little bit more critical, and then it asks you for your permission. So I would say this is probably much safer than bypass permissions. And once that fifth option is available, that's the one that you should use instead of the bypass permissions once you get to that level of comfortability. I don't know if that's a word, but you know what I mean. Comfortableness. Again, not sure if that's a word. Anyway, so that's the permission modes. Where we have, let's see, this is my list of things we should go through. So permission modes, covered. Model switching, covered. Slash commands, partially covered. So slash commands, where we have the switch model, you can also click here and see your account usage. The last one I will share with you is just slash clear, which means you clear a conversation of all the, of everything you have set so far. And the reason this is useful and important is for context route reason, which we have just covered, right? So at a certain point of the conversation, once the performance of the model degrades, what I do is just I ask it to recap the conversation so far to me. Hey, I just want you to recap this conversation because I will hand it over to a new agent. It writes a nice summary. I copy that summary. Then I do slash clear. I clear the conversation and paste what I talked with it in the last session. And then I just continue the build. So that's why this slash clear is useful. And there's many other commands. I will not be covering all of them. They might also pop up while we are in the third section of the video where we're actually sharing how we're using it ourselves. But for now, I think these two are most important. So slash models and slash clear, I think, are the two most important ones you need right now. And if I have forgotten any, you can also use slash compact, which means it just compacts the conversation from, I don't know, if you had like 30, 40 messages, it will just try to compact that so that its token usage is less. But my approach is just to clear the conversation because it just gives you better performance. Alrighty, tabs we have talked about, right? So you can have multiple tabs here of Claude Code, and you can have 3, 4 instances, and you can work on different things at the same time. You can see the past conversations. Let me just copy this. Copy this over. Hotkeys we have talked about. And then, what you can also do is you can copy paste screenshots. So basically, one way to bring documents into the conversation is to obviously bring them into this file or the folder that we have now dedicated for Claude Code to work with, right? Another option is to just, let's say I take a screenshot of something. Just gonna take a screenshot of another desktop here, and I'm gonna just do Command V, and now the image is added to this conversation. So you can also do that as well. And you can also upload things from your computer. You can add some context, and you can also ask it to browse web, but you can browse web even without you clicking this. So, okay, I think that covers the most important initial things that we need to know about how to use Claude Code within anti-gravity. So now let's do something with it. And I will just use a simple demonstration of what it can do. Don't take this as, oh, this is so simple. Why are you not showing us something more complicated? Well, I'm not showing you something more complicated because I'm not trying to show you something more complicated, but actually show you how this tool works. We will be showing you a little bit more advanced builds and examples a little bit later in the video. For now, just follow me, okay? So what I want you to do is maybe go on, let's turn our LinkedIn page into a website, into a VC or portfolio website. So my challenge to you is, if you have gotten and if you have followed me so far, go on LinkedIn, find your profile, and then click Save to PDF. What this will do is it will just save this page as a neat PDF as your CV. So that was just done for me. And what I will do now is I will bring this into my folder, into this demo folder, right? So what I need to do is I need to go into Finder. Where are you, Finder? Oh, here. Okay. So in my downloads section, I have profile, and then I would just carry it over here to the demo. I could have done the same thing also just in Finder. Why? So I could just, where is it? Yeah, I could just have taken this profile PDF and just, carried over to the folder that I wanted. It would also show up here if that's the folder that I have open in Anti-Gravity. So the first thing that has happened, as you can see here on the right-hand side of the screen, we now have a preview of this document, which is what I was alluding to before about the fact that you have file previews and you have more visual graphical user interface if you use a tool like Anti-Gravity. So you can open PDFs, you can open files, and you can just review things here without switching context all the time and opening more tabs. So what I want you to do now is basically turn this into a website. So let's change the permission mode to plan mode, and let's tell Claude to do this for us. Hey, I want you to turn my profile, which is a PDF with my CV, into a website I can share online and that introduces who I am, and maybe there's a contact form at the bottom. So since we're in the planning mode now, what will happen is Claude will not automatically build anything, but it will think. It will then also ask me questions, and we will together build a plan. And then I will approve the plan, and then basically it will build the website. It seems that it's looking for the PDF. Oh, I just found it. So one thing I could have sped this up was to actually tell it where this profile is. And the way to do this is to copy path. So if I just copy this over and I told it, hey, the profile PDF is here, then it would now look through my whole computer to find it. But it did find it eventually. And now it's making a plan. And it's going to open this plan and probably ask me a few questions. Okay, just finished planning, and it opened a plan here on the right-hand side, so we can review it and basically decide if that's good. Basically, it's telling me where it will create this output file, so where this HTML is going to live, which is exactly in this folder demo, which is great. And let's see the sections. There's going to be navigation at the top, great. There's going to be hero, there's going to be story, experience, education, contact, footer, all looks great. It's giving me some values for colors, but at this stage, actually, I think I would just accept this as a plan and just rather review it visually. So let's just do that. So what I did now is accepted it, and now I will switch to bypass permissions, and Claude Code will create a single index HTML, and then we can have a look at it. What I want to show in the meantime is also what is actually happening once you are giving a command to Claude Code. So one big differentiator and advantage over other models is that it's really clear about its thought process. So here you can see that we have asked it something, and then here if I wanted to, and here thought for this many seconds, I can click into it and actually see how it's thinking. And we can see that it's going through a thinking process saying, hey, now I have all the content from Alan's CV. Let me plan a personal website, some of the information. I'm thinking there should be a narrative-driven personal brand rather than a full CV dump. I agree with that. Minimal, modern, la 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 la. And then it had a comprehensive plan, la la la. Okay, actually it's already done. So we can open this in a browser and see what it has done. I will actually ask it, please open it up in Chrome. There you go. Okay, so this, we can see the navigation, we can see the color scheme. Yeah, I mean, pretty solid. It's not gonna win any design awards, for sure not, but it's pretty solid. Can you create 2 more versions just with different visuals? Don't do dark mode again. And this is where the power of this agentic workflow comes in. It's so easy to actually review, get a feel for it, give it new instructions. It has all the context it needs to have. It has all the tools it needs to have in order to, for you to be building with it. So in this case, I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, but I just wanted to create more versions, and then I will be able to choose one, and then I will be able to, deploy one. Actually, let's do that. We can even deploy this website online and have it online in like 10 minutes. So let's just wait for it to create 2 more versions. We'll pick one of those and then just put it online for you to see, how easy this has gotten, and maybe why we all don't need Squarespace anymore. Let's see. Okay, so we have one more version here, and I guess we're waiting for another one. Alrighty, we have 2 more versions. Open them up in Chrome. Okay, we have this version. So it's basically the same layout. It's just different colors, which is what I asked for, but it's actually, I don't like this layout. But anyway, I mean, I could have gone deeper into the conversation and give it feedback for how to improve this. What I want to do instead is actually show you the real power of this, which is the following. Could you actually create a portfolio segment on this website? Because you have access to all my files, right? So just review all the files, everything I have built with Claude Code so far, all the AI tools, or just pick a few and just highlight them, write a short description on this website just to convey to potential employers that I have been playing with Claude Code and I know how to use it. So yeah, just pick a few, maybe 4 or 5, and make a new section on the website. Just let's choose Index Lite as the one we're taking over into the next stage. So just work on that one. There we go. Claude instead of Cloud. So what I have done now is the more you're using Claude Code, and the better the more things you can build together, and better you understand how it actually works. You understand it has access to the files to your whole computer. We don't give it the access to write files all over our computer. It can only write and create stuff within this folder, but it can read files all around our computer. So it's actually now going through all of my computer to find all the things we have built together. It has the intelligence to be able to do that. And based on that, it will gonna create a section on the website, which is going to work as a very simple portfolio. Obviously, we would want to make it a little bit more visual, and I would maybe take some screenshots. Actually, I could even ask it to take screenshots. Maybe that's going to be the next stage. Actually, can you bring in some of the screenshots of these projects into it? I mean, just take a screenshot of the maybe like a landing HTML for those of the projects where this can actually be done. So that's going to be my next message to it. But let's first see what it has done in this stage. Okay, just finished up adding a new section and open up a new Chrome tab for me. And we can now see that there is this section called work, which was not here before, because we can also see the previous version and there is none here. And we can see 5 of these examples. Let's see actually what happens if I click in. No, this is broken. But this is really cool. I mean, it just went through my files and just created this out of nothing, basically. But now let's try to make this a little bit more visual. So I'm trying to go back and asking it basically to make to bring in some screenshots. I mean, just take one screenshot of maybe like a landing HTML for each of those projects. Yeah, so let's see how we can also bring in some visuals. I'll be back with you when it's done. Okay, it took, let's say, roughly 2 minutes to do this. And you can also see that within this folder, demo, there's a new folder called screenshots, which means it has tried to capture screenshots of these portfolio examples. Let's see what we have in Chrome. So if I now scroll down to work, there we go. We have some images here. So this one looks good. This one looks semi-good. I mean, this white border here, it's probably just, actually this could be that the screenshot includes below the fold, which is the white ribbon, or the next section is white. We could have worked on this to make it nicer. This one looks good. And these two do not look good. And I assume this is because it took a screenshot before the page was fully loaded. And this is something that I could easily now also tell it to improve, and the next version would have that as well. But I'm going to stop here because my point here is just to show you what you can do with it, and that this is not just a tool that is slightly better than a chat, but it's a completely new way of thinking and working. And the last thing I want to share within this section is just what we have just done now, which is the basic way of working with agents is this loop where we are the director, where we set the goal, where we tell it what to do. Then we have the agent who does the work, and then we review it, we evaluate the result, and then we give it another direction. So that's basically what we're doing here over and over again. There is a more advanced version of that where actually, just to go on a slight tangent, just imagine this is the more advanced version where agent also evaluates the result. So it's not us, but it's an agent also evaluating the result. But in this case, we are living somehow outside of this loop. So that's us. And we are creating this loop, and we are just reviewing the loop and the results of this loop, improving over and over again. An example of that would be using something called auto research skill. And that's far beyond the scope of this video, but it's just a skill that basically lets you build a loop where agents are trying to optimize for a certain result. Let's say the page load speed. It's tweaking, making small changes onto the code and onto the website, and it's just trying to make it load faster and faster. And actually, because the objective is very measurable, so the load speed, it can actually just review itself. And then we're just reviewing the process, and then we tell it when to stop and when it's good enough. So that's the more advanced version of this. But for all the intents and purposes of this course at this level, I think it's just important to know that the agentic loop is basically us giving the agent some work, then agent does the work, and then we review it and then give it another direction. So that's basically the basic agentic loop we'll be using over and over again. This also means that we have now finished the first section of this course, which is the technological context, which means now we understand how technology works and thinks. And now we can go a little bit more into, well, I actually hide this for now. We can go into our own context. How do we bring our own work into it, and how do we actually get work done for us? So the first thing we'll have a look at is something called a system prompt. But maybe before we jump into this, just to give you some context, which is going to be useful. What we have done now is basically we have used Claude Code in the most rudimentary way, basic way. So we basically asked it to do something without giving it any constraints or real rules in terms of our taste, right? And that's why the result we have gotten at the end was pretty generic. It is what some people would also call AI slop. Visually speaking, it is quite, basic, nothing special. So what we want to do now is we want to basically go to level 2. And the way you bring some rules in natural language into the AI or into agents is through something called system prompt. And a system prompt within Claude Code is done through this Claude MD file. So if you have never heard about it or seen it, don't worry, I'll show you everything. So I think maybe the best way to get a feeling for what it is to maybe just show you the power of it. So let's head back into anti-gravity. And what we will do now is we're still within the same folder, demo, and we'll just ask it to ignore some of the things it has built and just now follow this Claude MD file. So if you notice, now I have uploaded a new file called claude.md, and I will just ask it to follow it and basically create a new layout for the page or a new version of this personal page. So I have triggered the plan mode. So it's going to take some time to go through the plan and build it out. So I'll be back when it's built out, the website. So here is the result. I mean, even just a quick glance just gives you a completely different feeling. Definitely looks way more modern. Also aligned with the rules I have given it. So like this color here and this accent and this color here, that's all like the brand colors of what I have defined. I want it to be using. Paddings, yeah, just gives me a completely different vibe. Definitely looks something that I could use. And well, don't get me wrong, it's not, again, it's not gonna win any design awards, but we have now gotten to like level 2 of the result. Visually, we have defined certain things through the system prompt, and we have gotten a way better result. So let's have a look at what I actually fed into the Claude Code by giving it Claude MD. So if I click into this, what you will see is that I'm reading a simple text document. That's all it is. It has sections like project, so it tells Claude more about what this folder is about. It has section about architecture, so how this folder is organized. There's code conventions. There's design system based on the DMBA branding. We have the content and the tone, so what kind of tone of voice we want it to be using, and some rules, right? And just with that additional input, it was able to create something that's way more aligned with what I actually want to use, right? So what I want to do now is explain how you can build your own and how this is even used. So if we go back to our board here, you will see that this is just a screenshot of a Claude Code chat. So every time I have a new chat with Claude Code, I'm writing, something. I'm telling it what to do. And most people think that this is the only prompt that chats and agents are getting. But actually, what happens is that every time I send a message, Claude MD is basically inserted before that. So every time I open a new chat, Claude reads claude.md. And that's why it's a system prompt, because it's read every single time. So the hierarchy is as follows. First, it reads Claude MD, and we could have some information about the brand. We could also have some other information in the Claude MD. Then it reads our prompt, and only then does it give the response, right? And that's why if we don't have Claude MD and we just tell it to do something, it's going to be very generic, like we have seen with this website. But with Claude MD, we get basically something that feels on brand. It feels something like we would actually want to use. So the way you can think about it is almost like a design brief that runs before every conversation. So now just a few words on what even is .md. And the best way to explain is to explain the difference between maybe a PDF, which is the most common way we would usually work with documents, and MD. So PDF is optimized for rendering, meaning it gives us a reliable way to show text, to show document on different screens, and also on printers when we print things. That's why it has way more metadata, way more tokens, way more information for agent to read than MD. MD is basically marked down, stripped down text file. So it only contains text, and formatting is very, very basic. So formatting is basically only this like hashtags and these stars here. That's basically what formatting is. And you can see that it's way shorter than maybe a metadata information that is needed in a PDF. And why is that important? Well, it's important because of the context rot. So the more context we feed into the model, the worse the performance, right? There's a certain drop off. So that's why with markdown files, we're trying to be as optimal in terms of the file that we're putting into the LLM. And MDs are just very native, very condensed file types that are just optimized for agents and chats to use. And so if you have PDFs with a lot of information and you want it to be more optimized for working with AI, you just can transform this into MD. There's free services online. You can ask ChatGPT, you can ask any tool you're using, either chat or agent, to actually do this for you, and it will gladly assist you. You can also build MD natively, but the way you build it is you can even ask Claude Code, hey, can you actually help me build an MD file? I will feed all the information into you and you just help me build it out. So that's on the file type. So now we know basically what it is and why it's important. So now what would you typically put in it? So if you work in a technological context, working on a technological product, the main buckets would be the architecture of this project. So how is code base organized? Where are the API keys stored, things like that. Then we would have code conventions. Then we would have design system, right? This is the part that we would own. And then also we'd have content and tone, so tone of voice and things like that. So what you can see is that in a bigger project, you have different teams owning different parts of the Claude MD, and it would be shared among the team, right? So we might be owning this part, somebody else is owning the other part, but we're all sharing the Claude MD together because we're like basically encoding it with our taste and with the preferences and of not preferences, but also just the logic of this project. Now, this is for technological context. If we would just strip down this to the most important parts of what we want in Claude MD, it is basically the what, it is the why and how. Okay, so we would talk about what is going on here, what is the goal of this, it's just the why, and then how are things structured, how are things built. So one thing that's very, very important to talk about is also the recommended length for these things. The shorter, the better, I would say. So like 40 to 80 lines would be ideal. You can go up to 150 lines, but above that, you need to split out. So your Claude MD is getting too long. And what you do if you want to split it out is basically the following, right? You can see the Claude MD as kind of a hub and spoke system where it just basically tells agent, hey, if you ever need information on this, read this document. If you ever need information on that, read this document. In other words, like, hey, see brand guidelines here. You can see component rules here. You can see tone of voice here. So yeah, Claude MD is read every time, and then it basically just tells the agent what it can find where. So what we would typically as designers put into a project, let's say more like a product project, would be, like design system stuff, typography rules, naming conventions, tone of voice, component library, and so on. Now, there's two additional things I want to mention. One is Claude MDs on different levels. So if we have a file called, let's just say that, I have this folder called demo, but let's say you called it Claude. So on your machine somewhere, there is a folder called Claude. And everything you will do with Claude, you will just do in this one. So typically in this root folder, you would have different file folders. Let's say one is called projects. There is some other stuff, doesn't really matter. But one of these here also would have Claude MD. Okay, that would be our main Claude MD. But then within each project, we can have a project X, project Y. Within each project, we can have another Claude MD, right, which talks just about that specific project. This is getting hard to write, but you get the point. So this is Claude MD and this is Claude MD. So what would happen now when I open a new chat? Well, if the root folder of accessed, so if I open Claude Code and I tell it to open this whole folder, it will by default just read this one, right? This is going to be what it's reading every time it opens. You open a new chat. But if it realizes that actually you want to work on project Y, and project Y has Claude MD, and only then it's going to read the second one. Okay, so the message here is you can have multiple Claude MDs on different levels of the project, and then Claude will only call the correct one when it actually needs it. Additional side story here is that these Claude MDs on project levels usually do look like this, but then you might have a Claude MD which is more on a personal level. So if you're using this folder for all of your business work, this Claude MD could be more of a nature where actually you tell it about who you are, what are your goals, like KPIs, who is your team, I don't know, where you live, what kind of tech stack you have, all the context you would want it to have every time you open a new chat, right? So it might be more personal, and then these are a little bit more technical. But yeah, basically you can use this whatever way you want and whatever way it works for you. These are just some like basic fundamentals of how this actually works. Last thing that I need to mention here is that obviously, as the name suggests, this is something that works with Claude. So only Claude Code will actually read Claude MD by default. If you actually, at any point of your work, I need to go back here. Let me just take this out. So if I actually at any point want to use this same project, not with Claude Code, but maybe with Gemini 3.1, which is something I can do in Antigravity by using this agent sidebar, and just click Gemini 3.1, it will not read Claude MD by default, but it will read something else. It will read something called, this is going to be a huge font, but it's going to read Gemini.md, okay? Gemini.md. And if you actually use OpenAI, it will actually read something called Agent.md. And it's not as simple as just changing the name of Claude MD to Gemini MD and having duplicates. It's slightly more complicated, not way more complicated. But my suggestion would be that if you ever actually want to jump out of Claude Code into another agent, you just ask it to help you prepare this document, and it's going to know what to do, and you will be able to then use it also in other agentic tools. Alrighty, so that's how you bring your context in. I think maybe one last thing on this is that I would suggest that you don't start with that. So I don't feel like the best way to start your project is to build out the Claude MD. It's better to just start building and start using this tool. And maybe where you get to a certain point, then you ask it to maybe remember those things and help you create Claude MD. Unless you already have a huge running project that you want to transfer into Claude Code, then you can just open the folder and maybe ask it to help you build Claude MD with you. Also, the last thing, maybe I have said so many last things in this section, but I think this is going to be the last one, is that this is not necessary. This is just a way to get better results. But also there's other ways around it, which is just like you always provide better context when you are chatting with it. So it's not like a must-have. It's just a good practice to do, especially if there's more people working on it so that you're getting more reliable results. So that's it about the system prompt. Next on is the 3-layer architecture. So the first thing we need to talk about is the fact that AI is not a silver bullet. However, most of us treat it as such. We just give various tasks to AI and just expect it to magically do its job. And the reason that a lot of us are unhappy with the results is that we are forgetting that AI is very probabilistic in its nature, meaning that even if we give it the same exact prompt, there's going to be slight variance in the answers. So it's not deterministic and it's not highly reliable in terms of the output that we will get, but we use it that way. And if we know that it's probabilistic in its nature, there is a very important lesson about how we should actually be using AI. And let me illustrate this with an example of a designer working for an e-commerce brand. So just imagine that there is a photographer who just took 30 images of a few products, and now it is our job as designers to filter through those, choose the images that we will use, and give them certain names because we have a certain naming convention that we're following. For example, each product maybe needs to have an SKU number, and that is basically the name of the file. So the SKU number, SKU, and then .jpeg is, let's say, our naming convention. So we have to now, manually also type this in. The next thing we have to do is we have to do the background cleanup. If the background is not good enough, we need to cut it out, add new one. We need to then export these images in different variants because the product images are placed on different sites, and we just need different frames and ratios and sizes. And then we need to upload all of this to our asset library. And then we also need to do this. We need to import these images to the, I believe this is product placement, product page, product description page, I believe this is. Anyway, just on our website where basically these images will live. So what I see all of us doing is we give several step process to an AI and hoping that we'll be able to just do it right. Sometimes we actually ask it to do all of this in one shot. We just give it basically a list. Hey, do this, do that, then do this. And we're hoping that it's going to work. Or sometimes, more frequently, we see that this isn't working. So we just give it this task, give it this task, this task, this one, and that one separately. And then we have to do a lot of reviews, obviously. And then again, it's almost like using chat because all of these tasks then mean that we have to manually stitch this together and bring it to the environment where we actually need it, which might be a website or any other tool. So the reason that a lot of us are not getting good results with AI is because of its probabilistic nature. So let's say that for each of these tasks, AI has a 95% chance of getting it right. So let's just do 95% chance, right? So what does that mean? Well, that means if we stitch all of these 5 together, we get 0.95 to the power of 5 chances of getting it right. So that would mean that basically we have roughly 70%, 77, I believe. I did the math up front. I'm not a math genius. So roughly 77% chance of AI getting this full process right if we just, give it a full thing. And this goes to the core of why a lot of us are, not happy with the results. And it also goes to the core of how we should actually be using it, which brings us to the 3-layer architecture. And the best way to explain the 3-layer architecture is to first, compare it with how we usually using AI, which is that we are serving as some kind of instruction input, and then we are just asking AI to execute, and we're using AI here. And because of its probabilistic nature, we have a high variance in the answers. And in business, high variance, especially in the later in the product stage, so the closer you are to production, less variance you want to have, the more reliability you want to have. And the variance actually is a bad thing. It's a good thing when you're trying to brainstorm and look for solutions, but it's a bad thing when you're getting things ready for production. So I want us to think about using AI agentically. If we talk about using agentic AI, I want us to think in 3 different layers. One is there's instructions, which usually typically come from us, from user. And then there is orchestration, and then there's execution. So there's additional layer here, right? So we only had execution here, and now we have orchestration as well. So let's break this down. So instruction is still us telling the system to do something. But now we're not telling the system, hey, you do it, but we're giving it options. So it can orchestrate how it will do this. Here we're still using AI, but then when it comes to execution, we give it 2 options. Either it's going to use its brain, so it's going to use its logic to try and figure out what to do, or it's going to use a script, or code to actually do it. Because script, in a lot of cases, it's very close to 100% because we're building a script once, we're testing it, and we know it works, as opposed to just letting AI execute this thing. So let me go back to our example here and explain how this would look like here with us trying to make these photos ready for the website. So if we were to use the 3-layer architecture, what we would do is we could build a so-called skill, and I'll talk about skills in a minute. We could build a skill that basically tells AI to act as an orchestrator, and when it gets images, it can use its logic, so the AI part, to actually pick images, right? Or actually, this could even be done by us, but you can choose. So AI can maybe pick the images, but then the renaming comes from the script, because we really don't want any variation. We don't want AI to be innovative, creative with how it's naming our files, because we have a very specific naming convention. And if we give AI the task to name our files, there's going to be typos, there's going to be some hallucinations, there's going to be mistakes. So we'd rather use a script. Next, in terms of the background cleanup, we could use AI to judge if background is on brand or not. And then if it's not on brand, then it could actually hand this over to the script to actually flatten, when it's good enough to just flatten the image or all the layers in the image. Next, we go to the next step. Here we have basically 2 things that, our scripts can do. So just resize the images and maybe name them. Maybe we could even have the AI step here where actually it defines, what is the focal point of the image based on using image recognition. It could define a focal point so that when we are resizing these things, we still have the product in the center. Then we have the asset library step where, again, we could have a script that helps us upload these images, but then AI takes care of tagging based on what is in the image. It could add tags to this product. And then in the last step, it could help us write the URL of this product description page. And so script could help us do this, and AI could help write the alternative or alt text for the website, SEO optimized and so on. So what we have done here is we actually try to use intelligence and code for what they are best at. We didn't just give everything to AI. We really try to define, hey, these steps, there are certain steps in this process that need to be deterministic, and there are certain steps in this process that we need some intelligence involved. So not just like build the world or a process where we have best of both worlds. And that brings us way higher, from 77% closer to 90 or 95%. So we have fewer things to actually correct, because in the end, we still need to, there's a lot of steps involved. We still need to review this. But we're going from a process where we are doing all of this by hand to having AI assist us with a lot of these things. So that's the basic idea. The basic idea, just to make it more clear, is really try to figure out what we're using AI for. When do we want its intelligence, and when do we want something that's just very repeatable, very reliable, and then let's use code. And as I was also saying earlier in the course, AI can actually also help us build the code. So it can cover both sides. It can actually help us use intelligence and build scripts. So one thing to talk about here is Claude skills. But actually, maybe before we go into Claude skills, let's have a look at just one example of what I have built to help me in the DMBA, right? So DMBA, as I was saying before, it's a business school for designers. And there is one really nagging process that we had to take after every student call. So what we have is each month there is practice sessions and coaching calls, and the practice sessions are mandatory, meaning you have to be in a call. And if you're not in the call, then you need to rewatch it and send us in the report. So what we had to do, or somebody in the team had to do, was basically just review who was in the call. So what had to happen was just a lot of steps. So they had to first of all, they had to log out of their personal Zoom and log into our admin Zoom. They had to navigate to reports, they had to find the right meeting, and then download a CSV file, which looks like this. So here on the first row, we have the name of the student, then we have how long were they in the call, and that's it. Now, the issue with the first row here is that we wouldn't really get full names, right? Sometimes we would just get their first name, sometimes it's even initials, like for me, it would be AF. Sometimes it's a company name, so you have to use a lot of intelligence to actually figure out which students were in a call. And then, because when we would have to open a spreadsheet and we would have to match the name, find the right column, and then write yes or no if a student was in the call or not. So on the surface, it looks like a great tool for, let's just give this an AI to do. But we had to use the 3-layer architecture to build also the scripts to be able to actually do that. So the way it works right now is we have built a so-called Claude skill, where the only thing I have to do is basically go into a Claude Code instance, just type in, hey, run the attendance report. Here's a URL or the ID of the meeting, and here's the URL of the spreadsheet, and this is the column in which I want you to write your report. And that's it. And then this does it in 30 seconds, and it's highly, highly reliable, as opposed to us needing to do this by hand, which was like an hour or maybe even sometimes 2 hours of work, just because, there's a lot of steps involved and you get interrupted and things like that. So it just takes way longer than what we would like to. Well, it used to, not anymore. The way you build these kind of skills is in Claude Code. So you open up a new chat and you basically tell it, hey, I would like you to help me build an automation for the following thing, or I would like you to help me build a skill. And then you just, in natural language, explain what you wanted to help you build. In this case, I'm just explaining what I just told you. I want you to build me an automation that checks who was in the Zoom. They need to join for at least 10 minutes. Then I want you to mark it as attended in this spreadsheet. The hardest part is matching names from the CCV, because not every time they have the right name. Also ignore the DMB team members in the CCV file. There's just a lot of nuance that AI needs to get right. So what basically I have done is build a script that is just highly, highly reliable, that uses intelligence when it needs to, and it uses script when it needs to. So the way it uses script is that it basically connects to Zoom, catches the right CSV file, and then hands over to intelligence to figure out the names. So which name fits to which spreadsheet row, because that's the part where you cannot use a script, because there's a high variance, there's new names, new students. They might change their display names, so you can't really use a script. It's just going to give you an error for people that is for new and from whom it doesn't know which row they belong to. So it's a really good example where the script does the heavy lifting of extracting certain things, and then intelligence basically is used where it needs to be used, which is sorting the names to the sheets. And the way I build it is even to tell it to, hey, if you're 90% or more sure about this student being in the spreadsheet, just do it yourself. If you are unsure, then at the end, just give me a list of those names, and then I will tell you where they fit into the spreadsheet. And I want you to remember it so that it's written into the skill that this specific person with this display name is actually in this spreadsheet under this row. So if they ever show up in a call again, the script and intelligence knows where to put it. The thing I wanted to also show you here is that I have never built anything before that in Cloud Code. And it's just really good in also walking you through the process. I didn't know that we will actually need to have or set up a Zoom API between the script and our Zoom username. But it just told me, hey, go to marketplace.zoom.us, click here, give me these things, and we build it together. And yeah, really, even if you're not a developer, you can do so many things these days with Cloud Code that it's just crazy. So this is obviously an example that doesn't have much to do with design, but you can think about other examples, other applications of this kind of thinking. For example, you could develop a drift audit. So you would have a script that pulls all the computed CSS from your live site, maybe like every Friday. And then the skill would hold design tokens, and so you don't have to re-explain them. And then Claude would basically run the script, and if it encounters any issues, if the audit actually throws out any errors, the Claude itself could do the first round of trying to figure out what is actually wrong there. You wouldn't just see an error, but you would also see some kind of an explanation what has happened. So that's the drift audit. The next thing we could do is research synthesis. So you might build a script that feeds Claude one by one all the interviews, because by now we know that actually dropping all the scripts. So if let's say you have done like 20 interviews, if you just like dumped all the 20 interviews or scripts of these interviews into Claude Chat or Claude Code, it's not going to do a good job because of the context window issue, context rot. So what we could do is build a script that actually feeds one by one these research transcripts, and only extracts basically the most important things. And then we have intelligence in the end to basically help us synthesize the learnings. The next one might be like design ticket triage. So if you get a lot of tickets about the things you have to do as a designer within your company, whether that's Jira or any other tool, you could build a script that just basically communicates with that tool through API. Just gather all of those things, and then Claude could do some intelligence thinking for you in terms of what is the highest priority, or it might even be able to actually fix those things already if you have all the right skills set up. So there's just a lot of stuff you could do there. On a more personal note, you could also have like an inbox triage bot, where basically if you give it access to your Gmail, it could just go through all the emails you're getting and maybe just already like putting the right labels, sorting them out in terms of, do you need to reply or can you just ignore? Maybe it can even draft emails for you. You could also do monthly reporting. I don't know if you need to like report to a client or you need to report to internal team how many hours you have spent on something. You could, again, build a script together with Cloud Code and another tool that would basically track what you're spending your time on, and it would just automate this whole process to a certain extent or fully automate the process of you creating that report and sending it to your team member or client. There's many other examples. You might also want to create proposals based on a client call, right? So you might want to have a call with a client, potential client, and you can have an AI listen to this call, and then you can just create a skill or a script that actually then just gives you a 90% there, 95% there proposal that you just need to slightly touch up and just send over. So yeah, you can see that once you have this mindset of having a 3-layer architecture, you just see it completely differently, like a new world opens up, because yeah, you use AI not just to do the thinking, but also to help you build scripts. And then you really unlock the whole new level of using AI, which is intelligence and deterministic code, which is a really good combination. Now, before I close this section, let's just spend a few moments talking about Claude skills. So a few months back, Claude came out with this notion of skills, which are basically like reusable recipes. So in a way, Claude skills are these instructions. So instead of me needing to tell it every time, hey, I want you to do this, that, and that, I create, let's call it a recipe, a reusable recipe, where it just every time does certain steps. And what falls under Claude skills is so-called skill MD file, which is the brain, or like just a natural language file that explains what this skill does and how it does it, like the steps. And very importantly, skills also can include scripts. So this would be Python or any other code, references, and assets. Most people, when they talk about Claude skills, or in general, when they talk about agentic skills, they only mention this part. And for some reason, they really forget about scripts and references and assets. I mean, they usually actually do talk about references or assets, but very rarely do anyone talks about scripts. And they're definitely part of that. So if you think about Claude skills, they are in a way trying to, trying to create a format for how Claude skills actually fit. Well, actually, in other words, Claude skills is already native to 3-layer architecture, right? It has the instructions. It actually uses AI as an orchestrator, and it also can include scripts when you actually need it to execute something. So I'm a big proponent of using skills, but just please bear in mind that sometimes scripts are a part of skills for a good reason. And as you have seen in my example, they're not that hard to build. Now, where do they live? So they live in a hidden folder on your machine. So as soon as you download Claude Code, there's going to be a file that's created by that software, by Claude Code, which is .claude. And then within .claude, there's going to be a folder called skills. And then within that, this is where you're going to have all of your skills inside. An example of the skill that I just showed you here is so-called attendance skill, which, as you can see, has a lot of additional files in here. Everything from skill MD to reference MD, which has a reference to some important URL paths and so on. Then we have the API keys. Then we have scripts, right? So there's just a lot going on here. And I didn't build any of that, right? I just told Claude what I wanted to build, and we just built it together, and it just created this whole folder for me. Skills are also interoperable among different agents. So if you switch from Claude to OpenAI or Google Gemini, they are going to work. Actually, they're definitely going to work. I'm just thinking whether they need to be slightly renamed, or if the convention or where they live is different, because obviously here they live in Claude.Claude. So actually that's something I have to look into. But if you ever want to switch from Claude Code or like using Claude skills in another agentic environment, just ask Claude Code, hey, I want to actually use this skill also there. How do I make it happen? Alrighty, so the big picture here is we can also use AI to write code. And then we can really use AI as an orchestrator of our skills, of our processes, where the AI can essentially act as a orchestrator, deciding what, basically where and when it needs intelligence, and where and when it needs certain deterministic work, and then it uses scripts. And then we can package all of that into instructions, into Claude skills, which we can build with Claude Code. Okay, so the next thing we will learn is basically how to bring your own tools into Claude Code and how to use them within this tool. The first thing to talk about is why would we even want to bring our own tools into Claude Code? instead of just using them, within the tool's native user interface environment. Because we did say that in the future, we still expect to use design tools within design tools. We will have Figma, Figma Make, UX Pilot, Google Stitch, and so on. So what's the advantage of bringing these tools into this bigger harness, bigger environment of Claude Code or any other agent? Well, there's a few advantages to that. One is that, you can basically automate multi-step work. So for example, if you also need to then report what you have done through Jira or any other system, you could have certain flows where this automatically happens. Or maybe you're using your browser a lot to check if the design that you have created actually looks the way it should look. Or maybe you're using email to, talk to a client or something like that. So email. And there's plenty more. So the idea here is if we can bring some of these tools that we use most frequently into Claude Code, we can be automating these flows. And as we have said also in the beginning of this course, bringing context into agent is one of the biggest advantages it has over chat, because in chat, we have to drag the context into it. And with agent, the context is already there. So by connecting our tools, we're actually just by default doing that for Claude Code. It also means that we can do more parallel work. So imagine opening up Claude Code in the morning, and you can basically within one user interface maybe open like 3 separate agents. And in this one, you are working on email. In this one, agent is doing some design work. And in this one, you need to clean up the tickets for the week or whatever. So you can see that that's another advantage, is productivity in terms of the parallel work. And I think that's already enough benefits for why you should even try and play with that. I think with a lot of these things that we're covering in general in this course, is what I'm trying to lay out for you is just the landscape and the map for you to know what is there. And you will be able to build your own workflows, your own way of working with these tools. I'm just trying to give you an overview of opportunities. So how do you bring your tools into something like Claude Code? Well, basically, we have 3 options. There is something called MCPs, Model Context Protocol. And this was actually created by Anthropic to standardize how agents, such as Claude Code, so that's an agent, and let's say this is Figma. How do they talk? Well, they can't talk directly. What they need in between is something called MCP server, right? And what we need to do in order to use Figma or Gmail or something else inside Claude Code is to connect it through MCP server. So in order to do that, what we do is we first need to see if the tool we want to use within Claude Code even has an MCP server. So you can just go on Google and type in Figma MCP. There's also some websites where you can have an overview of all the MCP servers out there. By the way, one thing that's important to stress is that not all MCPs are official. Not all of them are coming by the company that's actually creating the tool. So if I go back here, the Figma MCP, the one you're installing might be by Figma, but it also might be by another designer who just created their own MCP server just because they wanted to use Figma in Claude Code. So yeah, just keep this in mind. So one way to make sure you have a valid MCP is to just review websites like this one, and just make sure that there is more people using it and it has some traction and some reviews. The way you install an MCP server is pretty easy. Actually, let's just do one now together. So this is a pretty well-known MCP, probably the most popular MCP out there, called Chrome DevTools MCP. It's basically just an MCP that lets you control your Chrome. And it's obviously very useful because if you have Chrome MCP, you basically get access to all of the tools that you are or potentially could be using via browser, which is majority of them. So this one MCP is to rule them all. So definitely recommend this one. So let me just show you how you install it. Well, basically, hey, can you install this for me? That's it. It's going to do its job. We might need to accept certain actions. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's it. I will not restore to Cloud Code now. But that's how easy it is to install an MCP. Sometimes it's a little bit more complicated, but in general, basically, that's what you have to do. You need to give it access to the file where it can basically read instructions how to install it. Also, if we go back to this page, there's a subfolder here called design category of MCP servers. So there's also Figma here. And if I just, again, send this link to Cloud Code, it will be able to install it. Because in the README, it has this, which is the command line for installing this specific Figma MCP server. Okay, so that's one option we have, MCPs. Probably most commonly used, and also there is most of these. Second thing that is now up and coming is something called CLI, and it stands for Command Line Interface. And you might remember that we actually talked about Command Line Interface when we talked about Terminal, because Terminal is a command line interface, meaning we are giving commands by typing them in a line. Right, so the same way you have MCPs, you might have CLIs for tools. They are at this stage less frequent, so less tools have them available, but they have one big advantage over MCPs, which is that the way most MCPs work is pretty token inefficient. For example, if we talk about the Chrome DevTools, the way Chrome DevTools works is that it actually opens up a Chrome instance. It types in the URL, it takes a screenshot, and then it reads the screenshot, which we know is very token inefficient, and then it decides what to do next. And then it needs to do this over and over again. And a CLI doesn't take a screenshot of the website, but actually just reads the accessibility version of the website, which is just language, which is more token efficient. And it just through the language or the code can figure out what it needs to click. And then it on the next page does the same. So it is faster, usually, right? I'm not generalizing, but it's faster and cheaper in terms of the tokens. However, it is much less popular at the moment, so less tools have it available. If you actually want to dive deeper into CLIs and if they are available for your tool, you can go under CLI anything, and here is like a nice one page. I wouldn't say this is comprehensive of all the CLIs out there, but it's just maybe a way to maybe get inspired about what is available. But the best way to figure out if there's a CLI for the tool you're using, then you just go on Google again and have a look at it. So the CLIs I'm using, just to give you some examples, is Notebook LM. It is Playwright CLI and Audacity. So the Notebook LM, there's also one for Google Workspace, which is amazing. Right, so you have for Google, for example, if you're using Google Workspace, you can, you can use it, and Cloud Code can use your Google through MCP or CLI. Obviously, giving access to your email, the work email, through MCP or CLI, there is some risk involved, so just keep this in mind. But yeah, you can actually use your, you can connect Cloud Code to Google through MCP or CLI, and CLI, again, is faster and cheaper. Same for Audacity, that's the audio engineering software. And I want to spend just a minute talking about Playwright CLI, which is my favorite, the one I use the most. And it is the one actually you have seen in action when I did the demo in the beginning of this course, where we did the testing, usability testing, right? So the Playwright CLI was used there to basically open up Chrome and just read what's on the page and just use it. So Playwright CLI is basically just like Chrome DevTools MCP. Instead of using Chrome through visual interface, it's just reading the code of the website and deciding what to do based on that. So it's way more efficient. Okay, so these are two big options, MCP and CLIs, way more popular, but less token efficient and usually slower. And CLI, way less popular, but faster and cheaper. But now they're like on the rise. So probably soon we will have more CLIs. Now, the third option is connecting your tools through APIs. And this is what you have seen me do here when I ran this demo. So the demo was me basically telling CLAUDE Code to just fill out the spreadsheet of who was in the call. And you might remember that in the instructions of me building this demo, CLAUDE Code asked me to provide it with some APIs. In this case, the account ID, client ID, and the client secret. And it told me basically how to extract those APIs. So what we're essentially doing is I'm giving access to Zoom. I'm giving access CLAUDE Code to my Zoom, but I'm giving it very targeted access. While MCPs and CLIs are like very flexible tools that basically can interact with your Figma or Chrome or Google in a variety of ways, APIs are very targeted. Like I can basically say, hey, CLAUDE Code, you can only read the meeting reports. You're only allowed to download this CSV file, which is obviously and like it's way more token efficient because it only does that, but it's then less flexible. So I would say I mostly use APIs when it's about building a script, when I know exactly what I want and when it's repeatable, and when it's something more general where I just want to have access to a tool inside CLAUDE Code. That's when I use MCP or CLI. Alrighty, so that's the context in other words, that's how we bring our context into CLAUDE Code. So now we have covered, basically, we understand how the technology works, we understand how we bring more of our context into CLAUDE Code, and now we'll have a look at just some more concrete examples, use cases for how to actually use this in our day-to-day jobs. So in this section, we'll go through different kind of builds, different kind of things you can build with CLAUDE Code. We'll talk about more the research or discovery phase of design to how do you create things, how do you systematize. Here specifically, we'll talk about the AI native design system and also about automating tasks, automating processes. So in this first one, we'll jump into the research phase, discover phase of the project. And what I want to share here with you is a skill called competitor pipeline research. It's a skill I have built together with CLAUDE Code to help me basically very quickly. I give it an industry, and based on an industry, it basically defines big players in that space, and it just has a look at their pipeline. You know, the acquisition, onboarding, activation, that kind of stuff. Actually, I can show you in anti-gravity. So this is the skill MD, exactly, right? So this is the skill MD, which is the markdown file explaining what this skill does. Here at the top, we have so-called YAML. YAML is yet another markup language. Maybe that's going too deep, so let's stop here. The only thing you need to know is that this text, which is in between these three dashes, is basically the description of what this tool or this skill does, so that when we're actually talking to CLAUDE Code, it doesn't have to load the whole skill unless it figures out actually it needs it. And this way it saves tokens. Okay, so here we have the name of the skill, and then the description is that we give it an industry, it finds 5 leading competitors, and then it goes through acquisition, onboarding, activation, core, task, and pricing. It captures screenshots and compiles a comparison report. Pretty neat, right? So you might need a different kind of research, but I basically just want to share that I have built this skill in no more than 10 minutes. So I just asked CLAUDE Code to help me build it when I needed it, and now I have it whenever I need it, obviously. That's how that works. So what I want us to do now is basically just run it so you see how that looks like. Hey, I want you to run the competitor pipeline research skill and do it in the, let's say, form builder industry. So this is Google Form, Tally, and other players. So identify 5 biggest players and just do the research. I don't know why I sometimes do this, but I capitalize things in the beginning and sometimes I just don't correct typos at all. Anyway. Okay, now it's asking me if I do want to use the skill. The answer is yes, absolutely. And what it will do now is we'll figure out which companies it needs to actually research, and then it's going to actually open up a website. It's going to use the Playwright CLI, which we have just covered. So also written in this description is that it will be using Command F, Playwright CLI, which is the tool of my choice when I need to do anything browser related. Oh, you can see that the job has started. Google Form, Tally, Typeform, Jotform, and so on. So agents will do their job, and while they're doing this, I'm just gonna stop the recording and come back when they're done. Or actually, let me see if we forgot anything. So this is the skill MD. It explains how it works. Well, yeah, there is one thing which I wanted to show you, which is this. That when I created this skill, CLAUDE Code automatically also created scripts for me. In this case, it is a script or a code that just basically explains how we will do this through Playwright CLI. And also, I have reference file, which explains the stages of the pipeline that I would like it to always research. So let's go back to anti-gravity and let's see if it's done. Actually, not yet. So I'll be back when it's done. Okay, just done. So I can click into Report MD and actually preview that. If you click on this button here, actually you will see a better representation of the markdown file. So we can basically see what this skill has done in just a couple of minutes of work. So we have today's date, the 5 companies it has identified, and we have a nice visual using the AASCI art, which is a terminal native way to do graphs, which you have seen all over this video also. A lot of these are actually exactly this AASCI kind of graphs. Just a slight tangent there. But yeah, so here now we can have a look at this report. What does it say? 4 out of 5 companies gate their product behind a sign-up wall. I guess only Google Form doesn't do it. Yeah. Oh, also we can see exactly where this happens. So most walls are exactly the onboarding, which kind of makes sense. And we can also have a drop-off funnel, which shows us how many companies show which part of the flow. We also have the screenshots here. Yeah, I mean, that was literally 2 minutes. 2 minutes of work to get really proper research on the competitor's pipeline. And yeah, we could have gone a step further and actually gave it... what I didn't do in this case was actually I didn't let it create accounts because I didn't want to spam those services with fake accounts. But actually what we could have done is just create bots who would create accounts and actually also use the product to the extent where we could gather some screenshots. And then we would just have even more comprehensive file report. And then we could also ask agents to delete those accounts, right? So, I mean, this is just to show how powerful this thing can be. And obviously this is just one example of that thing you can do. So you can build a skill in 10 to 15 minutes, and you can just reuse it all the time. What you could do with it, just to give you some examples of other design, like discovery/research skills that you could build, is review miner. So it would be a skill that would actually go on Amazon or G2 and just review, like scrape for reviews on your competitor's product. So you get ideas for, I don't know, the stuff you can build. A tone scraper. So again, maybe for having a look at analogous companies, competitors, but also companies from other industries, you could just scrape their language and get it analyzed to maybe get some ideas for what kind of tone of voice your product should have. Heuristic audit, we had that as a part of our UX usability here at the beginning. So one of the agents was actually a heuristic agent that went through 10 Nielsen heuristics of a good design. We can have a color thief. I love the name, by the way. The color thief is basically just having a look at companies or an industry of companies and just analyzes their color scheme. So you can see maybe what colors are still available in that space if you're trying to design a brand. You can have a business model mapper. You tell it to have a look at your client or your competitors to analyze who are players involved in the business model of that company. Same thing with strategy. You can have jobs to be done mapper. So you can have an agent go through the product and actually try to figure out what are the jobs to be done behind those. You can have survey to persona agent. So once you have all the surveys analyzed, you can tell it to help you shape some personas. The list is endless, really endless. So it's more your, the constraint is just your imagination and also your use case. And it's so easy to build this. So really, I mean, the act of building this is not a problem. I think it's more about just polishing them, reviewing them, and sharing them with the rest of the team so you actually get the use case, like the value of it. I think that's it. That covers the discover build part. Next on, we're going to jump into create and then systematize buckets. Now to the most fun part, which is how do we create things. So we'll have a look at 3 examples, and I think if you pay attention closely, you will understand the underlying principles of how you are building things and creating things with Claude Code, and you will be able to apply this to other cases as well. What we will do is we will make our portfolio/personal website live. So the one that we have built in the beginning, using LinkedIn profile PDF. So I'll just show you how to easily make it online and not needing to pay Squarespace subscription anymore. Then we'll have a look at how to build a skill. We'll build a skill called Color Thief, and I'll show you how to build some clickable prototypes of maybe an idea you have for your own business or ideas that you have for within your job. So let's first make our website live. So just as a reminder, this is the website we have built, the personal website, in this case, for my LinkedIn profile. And now I just want to make it live. There's a really cool service called Netlify that basically lets you publish these kind of websites and more than just websites. But basically what we are now doing is we will be using the free plan that they have available. It says free forever. Hopefully it is. Let's see if they change it. But basically, if you have any kind of personal portfolio kind of website that doesn't have that much traffic, this free should be able to handle that for indefinitely. Yeah. So basically what we'll do is we'll sign up for the free version of this plan. Actually, I have already done this, but if you haven't, you can just sign up here. And then you'll get to a page that looks like this. And then what we need to do is we need to drop our project file, our website file in here. And what I have done is I have asked my Claude Code to actually just prepare me a project. It's called Netlify Deploy, where I have all the files that I need in order to be able to now basically make this website live. So I'm just gonna drag drop it in here. And once it's done with uploading, which is already done because it's a very simple website, I have the website live, right? If I click here, it is going to open the website. And yeah, I could now share this link with anyone that I wanted to access it. Obviously, this is not the most representative professional URL. So you can also use your own custom domain. So you can buy one if you don't have one yet on any of the domain registries such as Namecheap, GoDaddy, and others. And you can just follow the instructions here to actually change this funky looking URL with your personal, maybe name plus surname.com or whatever. What I wanted to do with this example is just show you how easy it is to build your own personal portfolio websites these days. And that's, you can do this with CLAUDE and Netlify in just under, well, it really depends on how much time you want to spend fiddling with design and how many, sections you want to have in there. Obviously this one is pretty simple, so we build it really quickly. But also it's not just faster, but it's also cheaper, right? No need to be paying that money to those services anymore. Well, if we have spent more time on it, we could have also actually connected this contact form with some sort of notification system where we would get notified when somebody sends us an email. But that would be probably another few minutes just of connecting this to our email, so we would actually get it inbox when somebody reaches out to us. But that's use case number 1, done and dusted. And let's go to the next one, which is Color Thief. So what we want to do here is build a skill, and I've talked about this skill just now, a few minutes back, which is basically some sort of a recipe that when we tell it about an industry or certain competitors, it goes online and just scrapes and / understands what their color scheme is. And if we are brand designers, if we're just creating a design, we can better decide maybe what kind of color scheme we can choose so we can really differentiate and stand out in this specific market. So that's the fun little skill we can build. Might be useful to some of you, but even if you don't want to use Color Thief in the future, what you will learn is just how to build skills. So let's dive in. We need to go back into anti-gravity. Need to create a new skill, Claude Code. Where are we? Claude Code. Boom, boom. Okay. So the first thing I suggest you to do if you're trying to build a skill is to actually get a skill called Skill Creator. It's very meta. Basically, Anthropic has created a Anthropic Skill Creator skill, which you can download here. It's a skill that basically tells Claude how to build skills or even evaluate them. So if you just take this URL and drop it in here, hey, help me install this skill. If I already have it, just tell me so. I already have it. That's why I'm telling it that it doesn't have to actually do that. But I just want to show you how you actually install it, which is you just point to a link and then it's going to take care of everything for you. And it is going to save that under a folder called .claude. And then within that, you're going to have skills. So I have, as you can see, a lot of skills already. One of those is called Skill Creator. And within Skill Creator, you have a lot of assets and instructions. One of those is Skill MD, which is the one that if you really want to get to know the skill, you can always read. Basically just tells Claude how to do it properly, okay? So I would suggest you to use this one, install it before you actually build any skills. Since I have it, we can jump straight into building them. Building the one that I want to build. Hey, I want you to help me build a skill, which I call Color Thief. Whenever I run this skill, I want you to have a look at the main companies within a certain industry, or I will just give you the names of the companies that I want you to understand. Well, have a look at their website, have a look at their materials, and to give back their color scheme, primary, secondary, tertiary colors, call to action colors, give them in the hex coding, and maybe just also take a screenshot of their main homepage, because I also want to get a feeling for the portions and just for how it all comes together. So yeah, the end deliverable of this skill should be a report, which can be an MD file as well.
yeah, please use Playwright CLA, not Chrome DevTool. Yeah, please build me the skill. So I have again used my voice to text tool, Playwright. And what I will do now is I will basically put it into plan mode, because whenever I'm building something, I do start with a plan mode. It's just a good practice that most people follow. Instead of it just doing whatever, it will ask you if it has any assumptions, and it's not clear about something, it will ask you how to actually do it. And then after I have seen the plan, then I switch from the plan mode into bypass permissions, because it's just faster. And frankly, that's how most people use it these days. Because yeah, if you're not on bypass permissions, but actually maybe have ask before edits, the way this will look like is that you will just have to have this screen on all the time and just be accepting every single edit that it's going to make. So it's just at this stage a good practice to really review the plan and only then do the bypass permissions. But obviously there's also the auto mode coming out, which will give you the fourth option as well, which is the option where basically Claude will decide what is okay to just run with and what actually it wants you to ask, what it still wants to get your input or permission before it actually acts on it. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if I have talked about this already when we were in the permission modes. I might have, but I think this is so important that maybe I can just explain again. Permission modes. So we talked about permission modes here in terms of how you use Claude Code. And I think I only talked about 4 options. There is now a new one called auto mode, which is a safer way to skip permissions. So most people will not be using bypass permissions soon, but you will be using the auto mode. So it's supposed to be just a 5th option here. We don't have it yet because right now I think it's only available for the team and enterprise. It doesn't say here, but I'm pretty sure right now it's available just for enterprise customers, and it's still going to be available for the rest of us as well. Up until then, the way I'm doing it here with just plan mode and then bypass permissions is the way to go. Okay, so we have the plan now, and the way you will know that it's done is you're also going to have this pop-up in the extension. So what I suggest is to carefully read the plan and then accept it, or if you don't like it, then you can also tell Claude what to do instead. Okay, let's see the context. So Alan wants to do a skill that extracts color schemes from companies' websites. Yes, that makes sense. Deliverable, create.claude skills. Yes. Skill MD, that also makes sense. JS color extraction strategy. Okay. So I'm not seeing any glaring issues that I would want it done differently. So I'll just auto accept and move to bypass permissions. And when it's done, then I will be back with you. Okay, so the skill is done. That took like 20, 30 seconds. If I click here, I can also see and read basically how it works. So the input is me, the user, telling the company name or an industry. And the workflow is it opens a browser, and for each company it does this. Then it also closes the browser, analyzes and categorizes, and writes a report. I mean, that's great. Let's just give it a go and let's see how it feels. Yes, do it for, again, maybe like a form builder industry. So that would be Google Form, Tally, Typeform, etc. Yep. It's a big part of this process is also just testing things out, meaning that the process of building things basically follows this like cycle of you having an input. And there's going to be a lot of writing now, so let me switch to this. There's going to be your input. Let's just make this way bigger. input, then AI builds it, and then you review it, right? Boom, boom, boom. So that's kind of the cycle. And a lot of this is basically us deciding what we want to build, reviewing if the build is good, and then giving it more input to improve. So if I go back, still building, so I'll just be back when it's done. Okay, I'm back maybe 2.5 minutes later with, first of all, like a written report inside Claude Code. What I was able to see while I skipped to this section was just how it worked. And I just wanted to show you one little tiny detail, which is that at a certain point, it ran into an issue, and which basically just found its own way to solve that. So that's a very good feature of Claude Code, that it also can do this, and it does do that automatically. But sometimes if it doesn't, you can also tell it, hey, how would you fix it? So it's all about just giving it permission also to try and figure out different ways to solve this issue. Anyway, now let's have a look at the results. So it analyzed 5 different companies: Typeform, Tally, Google Forms, JotForm, and Fillout. And we have a report here, and we can open it up like this. And yeah, we can just see we have primary, secondary, tertiary color, call to action color, background color, and text color for each of these. We also have some notes. For example, Tally is intentionally minimal. Tally's brand is the free and simple alternative, so the brand kind of follows that. Google Form, it's a pure Google Workspace palette, no unique branding. JotForm, okay, let's see also if we have screenshots. Full report with screenshots is here. I can't see screenshots. Did I miss something? No. Okay. Okay, it's going to correct this, and then we will have the markdown file with the images, like we had also before when we did the competitor pipeline research. So I'm just going to close this because I think we'll have to open it again. Oh, the nice thing it did now is also it just edited the skill MD because it realized this was a mistake, and the next time we run this skill, it will just not make this mistake. So I guess I can now reopen this and it should work. No, I still don't see screenshots. Where are they? So obviously, I mean, if I just were doing this once, maybe now it would be faster to just type into, oh, now it's opening. Okay, just opened these file for me in preview. So it's just showing me the screenshots, which is also fine. There's a limitation of the ID extension display. Okay, well, so if I wanted to spend more time on this, and if this would be a skill that I would be using constantly, I would now spend another 5 minutes to figure out, or maybe a minute to figure out how to actually show this, because we're able to already see this with the previous report, so we know it's doable. But for what we need now, also the preview pop-up was equally fine. But I just hope this shows how easy it is to build skills. And while it is easy to build them, I think what is important is exactly the process we had now, which is like troubleshooting things and really optimizing them. So the more you use the skill and the more people use the skill, the better, the more like safe or the better tested it needs to be. What you can do now is like with a skill like this, you could just also literally just grab it. Let's see, collaborative skill MD. I could basically just literally grab it from my computer and share it with a teammate. They could install it into their Claude Code and they could use it as well. Or we could have this stored somewhere on GitHub, and every time anyone makes a change to the skill MD, we could all have the same version once we pull the version off of GitHub. But that's more advanced more advanced strategy. So let's leave this aside. I think for now, what is important is we can build them, we can share them with others. The last thing I would mention on skills front is that, well, two things. One is, as we have seen, they're loaded every time. So every time we open a new chat, context, all of them are loaded, or at least the YAML, the front matter. So if I go into ColorTief and open it up, so this part here is always loaded in every single chat, which is obviously not great. So what is important is that you frequently go through your skills, and if you're not using any, maybe you just delete it, and or maybe put it out of, probably delete it. There's other ways to do it, but delete it or use it differently. And when I say differently, maybe you can ask Claude Code, what are the strategies where you can use these skills instead of them being loaded all the time in every single chat. Okay, so that's one thing. And the second thing I wanted to mention was that actually, if you go under Anthropic/skills on their GitHub, basically they have just a whole list of skills that basically they have developed internally, and they're just sharing with the world. So you can go through this and download whatever you want. What I, again, don't recommend is downloading all of them, because they will just eat up your context window. So really be mindful of what it is that you actually want to build and bring into your Claude Code. Alrighty, so this means that we have now built the skill. So let's now do the most complicated, which is like building a prototype. So the example I will be using here is, as I have mentioned, like we are in the MBA, we are now developing multiplayer games for our students, because we just think it's much better and much more fun way to learn this like business skills if you actually practice them in a group environment with other students, because that's how you're actually going to use these skills also later in your work. So not alone, but probably with other teammates. There's some competition, because in business there's also competition, and there's like real context. There's real context in terms of there's like a whole scenario of how you're playing the game and so on. So what I want to do now is just build a simple game for prototyping with numbers module. So let's just focus on one like single part of this game. And let's just build a clickable prototype of how this could feel like. And the context for you to know, actually, let me just open an anti-gravity and let's just explain this together to Claude. There we go. So what I did here is also, I just hidden, basically what is this here is a specific file that it will read automatically. It will read as part of the like Claude MD. Well, not really Claude MD. Let me show you what I mean. As we said before, like when you're actually starting a chat, what is loaded first is like Claude.md. That is also your message. But also this thing is something that is loaded, or it's basically telling Claude Code to read it. So sometimes basically this is the last file that we had open, and when I highlighted that front matter YAML, I think I did this, right? We were in ColorTief, and I basically did that. Exactly, right? What you see now here is that these lines are selected. So even if I close this now, it still says 11 lines selected. This is no longer really relevant for the next chat, so I'm just hiding it. But if I really wanted to have a look at a certain thing, like flightly research, okay, do skill MD, read it, then actually, it would show up. I mean, I can also do this. Right now, the skill MD is also preloaded as a part of this chat, or the beginning of this chat, right? So this would be 1, 2, and 3 things that are preloaded into this chat at the beginning. Anyway, that's why I'm hiding this now, and I want to tell you to build something for me. Hey, I want us to build a simple multiplayer game that my students at the MBA will play during a live online practice session that we do in a Zoom call. We'll be putting students into groups of 3 or 4, and each group will have one student who will be screen sharing the game, and then they will be discussing together and submitting their answers. So they will submit their answers, and it's going to be some kind of competition between the teams. And then there's going to be a reveal of the result. What I want us to do is to build this for the prototyping with numbers module. You have a skill, so you can have a look at that particular module, what it is about. What I already know is I want this game to be testing one particular skill, which is just getting the feel for numbers. Let's call it number estimator. So I want to basically show, and I want, well, students to train what we teach them as a part of that module, which is how do you estimate numbers out of nothing? For example, how do you estimate, if you just pass by a coffee shop, how do you estimate its revenue, yearly revenue? Or maybe how do you estimate number of highway kilometers in a country like Germany or France? All of this basically gives you the feeling for the scale of things, which is very important in business when you're maybe estimating also the impact of your decisions on the bottom line or the revenue. So I want this game to be played, multiplayer. I want it to be fun. You know what the main thing I wanted to teach. And what else? Well, I think it's very important for this particular game to be based on publicly available data. So if we have a certain question about a certain number, the game needs to be able to, there needs to be some kind of a public statistic about that number so that we can have a clear right answer. And I want you to build out the scoring system where, based on this scoring system, how close students were to the right answer, there's some kind of a leaderboard, and so on. Okay, so that's all the context. You can hear I have given it a lot. I had a pretty clear idea of what I wanted to build. If I didn't, I would just be able to give it less. And then, then we would together work through the plan. But in this case, I think the plan is very thorough already, but I'm pretty sure Claude is going to ask me some follow-up questions after it has read all the relevant information. Now you can also see the benefit of actually really working with Claude Code. It's almost like exponential. So the more things I have built, the more things I can build with it. So I referenced a skill called the MBA prototyping with numbers module, which you can see here, right? So in this skill, basically we have a description of the whole module. And whenever I want to do any kind of work with this specific knowledge, based on how we teach it, I can just reference this skill. Instead of me needing to always explain what prototyping with numbers means in our context, because if I just told it, look, we're teaching prototyping with numbers, the Claude Code wouldn't know what I actually mean because, it's a thing we have actually created. I mean, this whole notion of prototyping with numbers, it's not something that's well known. So we had to define it. But if I would be invoking a different skill, such as, I don't know, the MBA, business strategy, well, it has a lot of knowledge about what business strategy is, but also from various sources. But the way we define it is a specific way that makes sense for the design use case. So that's why I want to have this skill so that whenever we talk about business strategy, Claude Code knows what I actually mean. Okay, so as you can see, it's doing a lot of job now, really trying to prep for this task. So I will now stop the video and be back when there's something more to share. Okay, after 2 minutes or so, we're back with the plan. It took a bit longer because I have built these kind of games for other modules before, so I just read all the relevant files that were in this folder in order just to learn how we have done this before. Again, that speaks about the exponential curve of how it's learning how you do things. So here is what it's proposing. Number estimator game, a multiplayer estimation game where teams compete to guess real-world numbers. Revenue, highways, global size, market size. It trains the feeling for numbers, skill, yada. Same architecture as strategy game. That makes sense. Log, scale, scoring. Actually, will not even go into all the details because sometimes I'm just trying to understand, has it made any decisions that really do not make sense to me, because then I would course correct. If everything feels good, or actually I'm not sure, here it's telling me just how the scoring inside the game works. And I will not try to fully understand it, because it's better for me just for it to build it, and then I will see it there. It's not a critical, mission critical thing to know and understand right now. Magnitude input, so something, counting zeros, that also makes sense. Dramatic reveal, speed bonus. Actually, I think we can take speed bonus out. I don't want themes to just focus on the speed. I really want them to together discuss things. How do we actually understand how many kilometers there are in Germany? 20 questions to start, all backed. Yes, that makes sense. Actually, I have one more idea. What if the core UI element is Google Maps? Maybe just a link. And students can see what we are actually trying to estimate. And there are some, because on Google Maps, there are hints, right? So like, if I am a person trying to estimate number of kilometers in Germany, and I just, the way Google Maps opens for me, I can see the Germany, I can start to get a sense about it. Or if I'm trying to estimate the revenue of a coffee shop, and it just opens up a Google Maps with that particular coffee shop, the street view of it, I can just click into the coffee shop. I can go through maybe the images, see how many chairs, how many tables it has, what is on the, like, what is the average price on the menu. I think it just maybe better mimics how actually you would do something like that in a real world, where you would take some proxy data from something like Google Maps, or even company's website, to try to estimate some other number. So let's just give this to Claude Code as a feedback, and it will create a new plan. In the meantime, we can see, actually, I was reading the plan here on the left. I should have read it here, because this is just a better formatting and also more thorough. The one thing I always read is definitely the file structure. I want to first make sure that it actually saves it and works in the right folder. In this case, this is all clear, so I want it to work in projects. Then it's going to create a new folder called number estimator. It's going to create some scripts. There's going to be some, well, I'm not sure about what requirements text are. Server Python script, which is very important because we want to play this game live. So when there is actually a live call, the way these games work is that me or my co-host Tom would host the game on our own servers, so which our machine basically becomes a server, and then we just can spin out this game for 2 hours, share the link with students, and then close it down. Also, this means there isn't any like big security vulnerability there. By the way, I didn't know any of that when I was first creating the first game. I just told it what I wanted to do, which is like, hey, I just want to have a website that I can share with my students during this call, and it just explained everything to me. Okay, the options you have are, we can actually put it on a server. This can be always accessible, or you can just have it on your machine and just used during that time. And you can use this kind of tunnel or that kind of tunnel, la 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 la. And I just worked through that with it. Okay, we have a new plan. Do I see any mention of Google Maps? Let's see, Command F. Not working in here? Okay. Let's see. Lobby, question reveal, finished, scoring, Google Maps integration. The core UI innovation, many questions are tied to the real place. Yes, I think that's going to be cool. Instead of just reading, they can review photos, how it works. So how it works. Place specific, company. Okay, what I see here is actually a thing I don't want, which is I want only the questions. What it's saying here is, okay, when a question does need Google Maps, we'll use Google Maps, and if it doesn't need it, then we will not use it. But I just to make this even more unified game, just have questions that actually need or benefit from Google Maps to have unified game experience. Okay, that's one thing I want. Let's see. Another thing is how will it actually open in Google Maps? Okay, that's a very important technical detail, because one way you could build this is that actually the Google Maps would be embedded into our website, which I think would be probably way more complicated. Another one is to just give a link to students, and students can open up a link and they can just open up Google Maps and have a look there. And I think for what we're trying to build, that would be completely enough. Okay, so I'm giving it this feedback now, and after that, we'll just let it run and build it. Let's see what kind of questions it came up with. So, play specific question example. Café Kreuzberg, which is in Berlin, revenue. Estimate the annual revenue of this Berlin coffee shop. The answer is 35,000. And then it has hints. Okay, I'm curious what's that going to do. And then it has a link to the maps. That's all good. Okay. So I think we're going to be ready now to build. And then we can just review the page, and then we can actually work with the live page, which is also way easier then to understand what we still need to do, what doesn't feel right, and so on. So I'll be back when the plan is finished, and then I'll just auto accept it, and it will build it out. Okay, just for transparency's sake, we have an updated plan. I will just auto accept, move into bypass permissions, and let it build. And I'll be back when it's built. Okay, so the game is now built, and we have the name, the number drop. There's a Teams or student view, and then there is the admin view. Now we need to open this in Chrome. Let's go. This one is already open, so let's just open the admin view as well. And let's see what we have. Okay, how well do you know the world in numbers? Explore a real location, Google Maps, estimate a number about what you see, the closest team wins. Great. Testing team. Join the game. And then if this is played by more players, I guess if I create one more. Oh, it's the same URL, same IP, so that's why it just pre-populates with this one. But if this would open by another team, I guess we would see all of them here. And obviously we could test that later. So now as a student, I can't do anything. So I guess the admin needs to do something. Yes. So admin can see who is in the room, and I can start a game. And then the student should see that as well. Yes. Okay. It didn't work quite away. I had to refresh. So that's one thing I would need to debug. But now let's see. Yes, so that looks right. So we have 1 out of 15 questions. How many people visit the Colosseum in Rome each year? Open the Google Maps. We see the Colosseum. That's cool. I like this. I like that it's simple. I like that it's clear. I like also that it's just the depth of the game is hidden in here, which is like somebody might just be completely bewildered by this question. Obviously, they have seen the content of the DMA, so they would know how to tackle this. But still, like, how do you know how many visitors? I mean, you can guess, but this game is all about like finding clues, and based on those clues, then potentially having a better guess. So if I now drop the man here in the Colosseum, I might be able to, even from this picture, I might be able to get a lot of hints around how many people visit this a year. Like I could just estimate the current number of people here and then multiply this with how many hours it is open per day times how many days it's open per year. That would be one path I could do. I could also estimate something based on reviews. I could go on the company's website potentially. So there's a lot of stuff we could do here. Let's just put in an estimate, like a round number, 2 million. And we lock it in just to see how this looks like. So waiting for the host to reveal the answer. So one team submitted. Okay, reveal the answers. Okay, so this is how it's actually shown. So we see the actual answer. What do the students see? Oh, students see this as well. So they see the actual answer, which is 7.4 million. They see their answer, which is 2 million, and they see how many numbers they how many points they have gotten. So actually what I want to see now is just how this game looked like if 7 players played it. So let's go back into anti-gravity. Hey, could you add one more button on the admin view, which simulates if 7 teams have answered a question, if 7 teams are playing a game? I just want to see how the UI and UX feels like if it's more players in there. That's another really cool use case for AI and agents. It's just like making up or simulating how the prototype is being used. In this case, we have 1 real player, which is me, and other 6 teams, which would just be bots. But what I'm really interested in is how does the game feel? How does the UI feel if it's more players playing, and does it get crowded? When does it get crowded? Things like that. And you will see in just a matter of few seconds, we'll have a new version of the game which will have the simulate button, and then we'll be able to test that one as well. So I'll be back when this is done, or is it already? No, it's not yet. So I'll be back in a few seconds or so. Okay, this took like 20 seconds or so. And now we're supposed to have a simulate 7 teams button in the admin view. Okay. Need to start this again. Testing team. Join the game. Start the game. So this one would just be 1 million. Lock in the estimate. And now I can simulate the 7 other teams. That's good. And reveal the answer. Does that work here as well? It does. Okay, we can see some issues here, right? So there's too many teams close to each other, so we need to find a solution for that. We can also now better see how the scoring actually works. So we have Team Foxtrot, which got 1,000 points. Gamma, 800 points, 800 points. So now I'm guessing that they were close enough to get all the points. That's probably maximum. I mean, I could now also ask CLAUDE, but just to not go too far, I think this is basically just trying to show you how you're now reviewing, iterating, building on that, and so on. Alright, let's do one more round just because it's fun. How many kilometers of motorway does France have? Google Maps, it opens in Paris. Okay, we could correct that. But basically, is this helpful? I think it is. I mean, having this image might help you figure out how many kilometers it has, especially like if you're from one of the European countries, at least one of the team members is, then they can say, okay, I know we have this many kilometers roughly, and this is the size, I don't know, Belgium, and if we multiply this through the France, we get some kind of estimate. Or, we might actually be able to just use some kind of a legend here. Is there like a ruler here at the bottom that would just show us? There isn't. But we could use Google Maps actually to just be, I'm going to drive from Tours to Orleans, and we can see how many kilometers this line is. And then based on this line, we could start estimating everything else. Things like that. I like it. I think this is a really interesting game. I think we can also just stop here. What I would do next is make sure that this actually works on my machine as a server. I would send it to a few colleagues in the team to test it out with them, things like that. I would also definitely, where is anti-gravity? I would definitely open a new chat and tell it to review. Hey, can you review the code of this game? Because the fresh instance, the fresh agent doesn't have all the cognitive bias or like confirmation bias, because this agent that you see now did not build the game, but this one did. So this one will think it's amazing, and this one can, with fresh pair of eyes, so to say, review the game. Actually, it works just like humans. So this one doesn't have as big attachment to the game, so it can just give you better feedback. Another thing we could do is we could actually take this whole code base and ask a completely different model. We could ask, Codex. We could ask one of the OpenAI models to actually review the game, and through that also have another pair of eyes on it, and be more comfortable that this is actually going to work. If we need it to work. I mean, if it's just a clickable prototype for research, then we don't even need that. One last thing I wanted to show you is that because I have built games before, what CLOUDE has done, it actually has built this based on a visual UI of the previous game. Can you host on my machine and run strategy game? Strategy game. And you will see that actually visually this number drop game that we just developed actually mimics very, very closely or it's virtually the same as the strategy canvas game. And this is almost like a first layer of how you can use Claude Code to help you build. The strategy game is already running. It's live. No, number drop is live on that port. Use a different port. So 8080 is a port that's used by this game. That's why it needs to use a different one. Yeah, well, actually, let's just do this. So this is the strategy game. We can just skip to the game. We can just simulate 7 teams. Anyway, it doesn't really matter more than that, but you can see that actually visually, this is pretty close to that, if not virtually the same. I would now have to check everything. There's stuff that we could do better, obviously, but you can just see that Claude Code had a look at the previous game's visual, CSS, and code, and was able to just infer a lot of things about how the game needs to build and how it needs to look like. And this is already like the first layer of how design systems could look like in the future, in the sense that, yeah, these machines are really good at just inferring things from the examples or the code we have already given it. But as promised, in the next session, we'll also show you how to, if you already have a design system, how you can actually really properly build it out into an AI native design system. So yeah, that concludes this create section. And next we'll go into the Systematize, where I will actually be joined by a team member. Alrighty, time to jump into systematizing, where we will dive into AI native design systems. As you can see, I have someone with me. That someone is Tom, colleague, program director at the MBA. And Tom had a wonderful opportunity to help us design the AI native design system for the MBA, because lately we basically started needing it. We didn't need it until now because we didn't develop any technological digital products. We only had educational programs. And now at a certain point we needed it, so we had to solve this problem for ourselves. So yeah, Tom is going to show us how he solved this for us and show you how you can do it as well. So
thanks,
take it away, Tom.
Glad to be here. Thank you. So yeah, like full disclosure to start with is I'm not a big design systems guy in several ways. Like I've worked on a lot of design systems when design systems were first kind of like in vogue, like 10 plus years ago. I was reasonably enthused by them. My enthusiasm waned when they sort of got quite fetishized by design teams, and I felt like we took our eye off the ball of like where our true value is. I think that might be coming back to bite us a little bit now, as far as like this focus on execution and stuff like that. Topic for another video, but absolutely see the value in design systems. For us as a small team, we don't, maybe historically, haven't always been able to benefit from design systems. Like if you are in a big tech organization, you almost certainly have all the components you could ask for. You have maybe big teams managing them, managing the governance of design systems, which is obviously the most important bit of a design system. But when you're, small team like ours, maintaining that thing, even creating it in the first place, can be something that gets deprioritized. Thankfully now, with the tools we have at our disposal, we have managed to quite quickly spin up a design system for some of our tools that we are starting to create, some of the games we're trying to create for our students, create a system that allows us to create tools that we have some confidence are going to be reasonably consistent in how students interact with them, because we don't want that getting in the way of their learning experience, but also kind of feel DMBA-esque in the way they look, the way they speak, things like that. All the good things that a design system helps you do. Topic for another video of maybe how we developed that design system, because very fast, maybe not the robust process that a lot of our experts in design systems might use, but definitely good enough for us. But version 0.01. So bit of context, we have our kind of parent brand. So a good example here would be like the DMBA website. So there's a typographic style, a tone of voice, a visual style that we have been using on the website, printed materials, social media, videos, quite a long time here. Our context has now changed. We're developing products. These are tools, these are games where this kind of spacing, this kind of typography, this kind of grid doesn't cut the mustard. So we have been, you and I, vibe coding and agentically building these games, right, using AI. And they come out of the box from these tools, whatever tool you're using. If you give them no context about your brand, they can come out looking, I don't know, kind of like this. This is like the you know, this lands on your desk from product manager. You're like, someone's got a lovable license, or someone's just started to use Claude Code. And absolutely fine, like no judgment here. I honestly think it's great that like these tools are freeing up others to be creative. But if you're part of if you're a designer in a team and your job now is to try and make this vibe coded thing that's landing on your desk, see how viable it is to build, and maybe start to look at the kind of patterns and ways that you deliver design to fit this. And maybe even this isn't buildable or doesn't fit at all with the process of how you do things in your team. That's where these headaches start to come in. We'll come back to that, because this is really about using design systems to do agentic coding in a way where the results that come out don't feel like slop, and what comes out feels closer to something you could actually build, is kind of production ready and has ticked a bunch of those boxes. And that will come to life through some examples we're gonna share. So we're gonna jump into my workspace. Alan, earlier you were using anti-gravity. I use something called Cursor. They're basically the same. Doesn't really matter what that is. So it's a way for me to explore files. So I can see like file system on the left here. I can see the contents of the file when I click on anything in here. And then I have something running that I don't think you've demoed so far, which is Terminal. This is basically where I run Claude Code. I know that anti-gravity, Claude Code just kind of runs within a window, the same as in desktop app.
But it's great to see also how this works. There's a chance to get this same view also in anti-gravity. I just didn't want to do it for this like initial course. We might do it if we ever do an advanced version, but that's basically the same. So
it's basically Claude Code just running in this little terminal window. So you need to know at this stage. I like this kind of view. I think as a designer, being able to kind of see what's being referenced, be able to see my files, and actually, if you're on a team that has front-end developers and stuff, probably see a similar view to what they do. I think that's powerful. And the abstraction of a lot of this stuff, if you're just using like the Claude desktop app and you're kind of not seeing this stuff, I get uncomfortable with that. So I like to see things in this way. So if you've used a design system before or built a design system before, there'll be a lot of things in here that feel very familiar. So things like accessibility rules, like our absolute baseline. The thing you will notice in here that you might not have in your design system that you've built previously is that this is all in Markdown. And Alan, I'm assuming that Markdown has been covered already. So ironically, for something that's been around for so long, Markdown files, right, they are now becoming the language of AI, the format of AI. So we might have had these kind of documents in other formats before. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Maybe Markdown has been the thing for design systems for a while, but certainly now, like Markdown for the win. So bunch of stuff in here around accessibility, kind of rules we should have. We have got all of our components. So this will almost certainly be very recognizable for people. So we've got our HTML for things like all of our buttons, but most importantly, we've got all the anatomy. So all of the breakdown of what our variants are, how they should be used, the different sizes, the tokens that are referenced, that are used in these different buttons, the do's and don'ts. All of that guidance is now in Markdown files. So we've got cards, we've got case studies, we've got chat, we've got checkboxes, all the kind of stuff that we need for our games. So a good example would be like chat input. Alan, we've not needed chat input in the DMBA world until the last few months, but now we're building things that our students can chat with. So in that process of building a design system, we've had to think about stuff like that. So Markdown files with all of the documentation for all of those different sections. So that's the main crux of the design system components. But obviously, anyone that has used a design system before knows that having your components it feels like the big job, but it's not the job. The job is governance. That's the important part in here. So how do we actually get people to use the design system? How do we get them to have some meaningful guidance on when to use something, when not to use it, decision making, how to review work, all that good stuff is the stuff that is where design systems die on the vine, is where that stuff is not well documented or not well expressed, or that rhythm and that governance, that person, that team that kind of keeps it alive, keeps people understanding it, getting comfortable with it, gets lost. We are a small team. We do not have a design ops person. So we have, as many of you would have, developed a principles markdown file, which basically tells us, it talks in a few levels. We have things around like the substance of what we build being the most important thing. So the most important thing that comes out of this is around learning, right? So in this context, everything is about making people feel like they're making good progress, not in a kind of gamified dark patterns kind of way. It needs to feel well authored. It needs to feel authentic. We need to make it feel like pieces on a table. This is a good example. So interfaces in this context need to feel kind of physical. They need to have weight to them. They need to feel tactile, because that's all important to how people interact with these things they play with. So we have principles in here that are not like use this button here. It's things that as a designer, you build that sensibility around. So we've tried to codify some of that. You would almost certainly over the last 5-10 years have a page in your design system that talks at design principles level. So yeah, we have that codified. We've got patterns as well. So one thing would be having various parts of your design system, right? Like we've got all these card elements, we've got these form elements, etc. But how do we decide when they are used, what context to use them, how to group them, how to, if you've got a new workflow you've designed, how many pages that should be across, all that kind of stuff, which is very important as well. So we've got rules in here around the rationale of form layouts, all that kind of good stuff. So I appreciate most people watching this probably already know that, but I think it's a good reminder that the design system is not just the UI. It's one part of it. It's actually not the system. It's the system is the thing you build around that. Very, very, very important, because if we just gave CLAUDE or any AI tool the UI components and said, go and build us this game, we're going to get a whole world of ways that is applied, right? We would get high variance, Alan, in what comes out. And today, what we're about to demo here is about reducing that variance to a level where we have confidence in what's going to come out the other end, and we have to do less intervention, and we can have a lot more confidence in vibe coding something that fits our brand, fits our products. I'm going to take a sip of water.
I know this question makes you uncomfortable, but that's exactly why I want you to just answer very, very briefly, which is how long did it take you / us to develop this?
Design system, 5 hours.
I think that's very important to know. And yes, it may not be as comprehensive and battle tested as something you would do for weeks or months, but I think this also speaks about the future of what these tools can do and what they will do also in the future. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, another video definitely on how to do that. But
yeah, actually, if you want us to do a video on the how, because now we're just going into the what and what the benefits are and how this actually looks like. If you want the how, let us know in the comments and we can also do that one.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into it. So one of those key stages, like we already said, was creating these markdown files, because these are the things that Claude is going to be able to read effectively and design using this design system. People will recognize is we have a tokens.md. So this is like our canonical reference of all of our components. So any part in the design system, these will get referenced as the like source of truth. So we have tokens.md and tokens.css. If you don't know about tokens, I'm sure the majority of you are, go and look that up. And actually worth kind of, if you need a bit of a primer on design systems, there's far better people than me to explain why these are structured in this way and why we have design tokens. But very, very powerful, and something that we have in here, which again gives us some certainty around what Claude is going to use when it's creating any elements. It's going to be using tokens.md as one of our sources of truth here. So that is to say, we've got an awful lot of information here that Claude can make use of, right? Lots and lots of markdown files, stuff about accessibility, stuff about governance, icons, motion, patterns. It might even be thousands of lines that we would not put into a Claude.md file. So Alan, I'm going to pass over to you just to explain again, you may have already covered this, what a Claude markdown file is and like how big it should be, and maybe why something like this is useful.
Yeah, can I actually go back to Miro? I just can actually, and just follow my cursor there. There we go. So you might remember this section of the course where I said that CLAUDE actually functions as the hub, and that it should be ideally very short because it's loaded every time we start a conversation within that project. So that's exactly what we have done here. So we have kept the CLAUDE very, very narrow and sharp, and all the things that actually we or the AI might need, it just knows where to find them when it needs them, which means that we are way more token efficient, and that we also avoiding context rot as much as possible. So we're getting better performance from the AI, which is also, I think, one thing maybe to mention is that CLAUDE functions differently from SkillMD, because I've seen a lot of people actually using SkillMD for their design system. And the difference between CLAUDE and SkillMD is that CLAUDE is just read every time you start a new chat within that project, and SkillMD needs to be invoked. So it means that if you haven't properly invoked the skill, then it's actually not following your design system. And by having these things in CLAUDE, then actually you know that it's going to do these things. There still might be some drift, but still, I mean, this is just a much better way to actually ensure and enforce that, that the AI is actually using and following the conventions.
Nice. And a far more reliable way of getting it to follow those conventions than using a skill, right?
Yeah, and or putting all of that into one file, because the longer that one MD gets, just the lower the compliance of AI is with it. Usually it remembers the things in the very beginning of the MD file and the very bottom. So that's why keeping it narrow just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So what we have got in this Claude.md for the design system. So instead of, like Alan said, putting all of the context within here or giving it a file with everything in here, we tell it exactly what to do when it's coming up with anything new or it's reviewing something, is to read these files that I've already shown you, all of the context from the design system or the markdown files, in an order so that it gets that context. And give it some rules of how to implement. So use existing components, use tokens, not hard-coded values. I appreciate that for us designers, this is basics, but they can't be taken for granted. We've all seen hallucinogenic stuff that comes out of AI. This is trying again to reduce that chance of that happening. Don't invent tokens. Okay, so we've given it, this is like the procedural bit that we give it each time. Now, this is more token efficient, but this is still quite token intensive. I know that sounds like talking out of both sides of my mouth there. If you are invoking this to create something new for you, it still has a fair bit of work to do. So when you are vibe coding something, it might take a little while to give you an output. That is far more token efficient than vibe coding something very quickly and then spending a whole bunch of tokens to try and kind of form it back into shape. And what you are probably kind of retrospectively shaping it into is structurally almost certainly not going to follow your patterns terribly well, not going to be structured the way your HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all of that stuff should be. So rather than spending tokens shaping something after the fact, we're using tokens at the start to try and make the first output much more reliable. Okay, so we've had a quick tour of the anatomy of the design system. Your design system may vary in how you've set it up. This is ours. We've gone through some of the elements in there that are needed to make it AI friendly. So mostly markdown files, which we've taken you through. And we've shown you the most important file, which is claude.md. That's acting as a kind of router in this project. It's giving it that governance of what it needs to run through in order to execute on our design system intelligently. What we're going to do now is actually show you the practical stuff. So there's a couple of scenarios that we might want to use this design system when we're vibe coding. First one is you've vibe coded something already and now you want to try and make it fit your design system. Could be something you've worked on yourself in Claude, in Lovable, in Figma Make, whatever you've used, as long as you can access the code behind it. The other scenario is you want to vibe code something new. You want to work on a prototype or a proof of concept. Could be you, could be a colleague, could be a product manager. And full disclosure, that's the better way to start. And that is our recommendation if you end up putting into place this kind of design system with these components that are sort of Claude code friendly. And I explain why now. So let's imagine you've been vibe coding, or your colleague, Alan, might have been vibe coding an idea for a game to play with students. And I think most of us out there, this lands on our desk, this screams vibe coded. It has all the hallmarks, all the kind of gradients, the use of interfont, lots of stuff that feels kind of very, very lovable-esque. That's fine. This might be absolutely appropriate to test something out, just to get a concept moving, to get the kind of creative juices flowing. No problem with that. But we might want to understand, okay, is this viable to be built using our branding? Or if we want to test it or present it to senior stakeholders, we might want it to look less vibe coded. So no real problem with this. I think, this has its place, but it screams vibe coded, for better or worse. So what we can do, and what you can see here, is we might decide, okay, we're going to ask Claude to retrospectively apply our design system to the files that we've been sent. So in Claude, in this version here, we can see I said to it, fix this vibe-coded prototypes, use our design system, pointed it to where the file was. And what's come back already looks better, right? It looks more like of the MBA. Let's have a little reminder of our normal website. It's using the right colors, typography looks more on point, definitely using the right button styles and stuff. Already you can kind of see it's doing that thing of basically painting by numbers. So it's taken the existing structure that came out of the box from whatever we vibe coded, and it is attempting to make it look and feel right. And then we start to see issues here. We can see where it's tried to patch up the existing code, the existing mechanics of the game. We can already see a few errors that have crept in here. I can see a few things in here that are suboptimal. So it's almost like it's been applied, but it's been done quite roughly. Again, this might be absolutely fine for your use case, some very like early testing or something like that. But we can do better. And the problem here is we're trying to patch something that's already been created with that design system. So you can do that, and you can ask Claude to do that, but there is a much better way, and that is starting from scratch, vibe coding, using the same tool, using Claude, but giving it the constraints of our design system to do that ideation. So what we can ask Claude to do, if we look at my other terminal node, what we have, where is it? Skill.md. Alan, can you tell us a little bit more about this actually? So this is kind of the instructions about what we want to vibe code, right?
No, in this CLMD, it's basically a recap of one of the modules of the DMBA, so that whenever we do want to make projects on that particular module, this is how we bring in the context of the actual content that students go through. So what I'm guessing you have done is you have probably pointed Claude to this particular document, so it knew what we mean when we say business strategy. Because if we just told it to build a strategy game, it would just build whatever it thinks strategy is. But obviously in the container of our program, it has specific definitions, specific examples, and so on. So that was that's a skill that we use whenever we need to bring in that context.
This additional context is something I've told Claude about before it starts vibe coding. So I've said to it, I want you to come up with a new concept for a new game, teaching design.
Actually, Tom, can you just highlight this text? I think just for us to be able to, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if that's highlights showing up, but yeah, want you to come up with, I'm doing this in natural language. So come up with a new game, teaching designers about business strategy. We've created a skill, and I've told it where that skill lies, which gives you all the context of how we teach. Like Alan said, we want it to have our opinion, our way of teaching strategy. And I'd like it to be based off of
the skill, right?
Oh yes, based off of the skill, sorry. And to use our design system. And I've told it where I want it to create it once it's finished. So it puts it into that folder and it uses skill.md for all the context that I mentioned. So when this starts, we already mentioned, it will look at CLAUDE.md first. So it will pass through this file, read it all in order, and get that context about the design system before it starts vibe coding, rather than trying to do this retrospectively. So it goes into the process of vibe coding our idea with all the context of how we build, what our design system looks like, how it works, and how to make decisions from it. So takes a little while to go through that. I think it took about 5 minutes to create this first version, but I'm going to show you what that looked like. So this was obviously the one where it was retrospectively applying the branding. And then we have version 1, which is it's calling trade-off. The trade-offs are central to business strategy. Not going to go into a lesson about business strategy. But this is what it's created. And this is starting to feel a bit more us. It's giving, as far as like the kind of fundamentals when we're teaching, we like to give a little bit of context first, a bit of instruction. And rather than just giving this kind of here. Also, the way that we, when I was setting up the design system for games, we talked about stuff having containers, having progress, the kind of language we use, giving people context about the business case that they're going to be designing around. So we can already see here that the way that these buttons and things and the way things are laid out is a bit more us. One of the key principles is kind of one key decision per page, whereas the previous version has lots and lots of decisions to be made here. This is the one that we branded up that came straight out of an initial vibe code without our design system. There's a lot of, much as I hate the term, cognitive load here for the user. That's not us. That's not how we teach. So we are asking people to make one decision at a time. So you can see already that the look and feel is there, but also it's paid attention to our patterns, our rules, and how we govern our design system. So this already feels like a superior product, and something actually that's, I think, is a tier up from something that looks vibe coded. We can go through and sort of choose our places within the arena and tune our activities. And this is all already feeling more us. So you can see this. I know the design system that we created for the tools. So I know by looking at this initially that this is much more in line with how we would build something if it was ready for production. And it's already brought all that sensibility early into the process. Okay, so that's kind of one version of this. Now, if we gave, say, 2 designers in our team the same brief, if we gave them all the context about how we teach business strategy and we give them our design system, they're not going to come up with the same design. 2 designers are not going to come up with something identical. And that actually isn't what we expect Claude to do either. But we do expect our designers, and we do expect Claude, any design it comes up with, to be within those constraints that we've built into the design system, into our MD files. So I actually got Claude to do this again because I wanted to see what the variations looked like. So that it didn't have a reference point in the existing design, I actually moved this file outside of the project and I asked it to do a version 2. This would be like our other designer going off and doing something. It came up with this. Now you might recognize, actually, it's done a pretty good job consistency-wise of how we would kick off a game. It's chosen the right kind of typography scales, the way it's putting things within a big card, the way it's got progress, pretty similar. So, I get a bit of confidence here that there is a consistency starting to happen by using this design system. The thing that's different is how it has taken that brief and decided to design a game. So, draw the line is this one. So I imagine this is going to be something about strategy canvas. So new coffee train. And again, we can see there's definitely a similarity here in like button styles and choices it's made. It's done the right thing. It's put 1 question per page. It's got the right hover effects. This is all feeling like the same design system, right? We go into the next stage. Let's draw our lines. So now we can start doing a nice strategy canvas. This feels like an upgrade from the last game that we built, actually. Alan, we might want to try this. So we can see here that just like in the non-AI world, 2 designers with the same design system can come up with interesting concepts, and that's what we want to vibe code. That's why we vibe code, right? We are diverging, but we're diverging very quickly. But in this instance, we're diverging with those constraints of the design system. I would feel comfortable taking this into an executive or to Alan or actually to our students pretty soon versus something that's just been vibe coded without those constraints. Does that make sense? I actually got it to a 3rd version, Alan, because it was on such a roll. But we'll come on to that. I'm going to show the 3rd version now, which I quite like. So again, it's got the right kind of starting point, very similar. It uses this kind of quite fun card thing. But what I like here, what's different here, is it's used a different version of our progress bar from the design system. So whereas previously it was using this one, which we've used in other games, we actually have 2 versions of this. And this is the one that gives a bit more context. And actually, if I was reviewing the designs that had come to me from a designer, I prefer this one. What do you think, Alan?
I would have to think about it more.
But we're now getting into the bit that I think is particularly interesting when you are implementing a design system like this. So I'm pretty happy with the kind of quality that's coming out generally through these different versions. But from reviewing the 3 different games now that we've had, there are a few things that if I was reviewing these and updating the design system, there are choices that I would want it to make moving forward. There are choices that I would say to a designer, actually, you know what, when we're designing a game, I think the contextual progress bar that kind of tells you what stage you're at, tells you what part of the game you're playing is more useful than something a bit too abstract. So it looks nice, but it's not as useful when you're learning as something like this. I've not given that enormous amount of thought, but I want to now make that codified. The other thing that I've just noticed a subtle difference here is the start the brief button here. I kind of like the fact that it's got the little arrow version on there because it feels like I'm about to go through this process. Whereas this feels like a sort of terminal in the process, like a stop point. So it's a little thing, but it's something that I would like the design system to remember in future. I would like to make it part of our governance. So we have a file for that. So we have something called decisions markdown. And basically, this is how we are training the design system, training Claude to get better as it continues to vibe code and apply our design system at making decisions about the right thing to use in the right context. Now, this is the kind of stuff that designers do codify. We do put it into our documentation. We talk about it in critique. We are a small team trying to run this ourselves. We don't have groups of designers critiquing these things. So we want to do this at speed, and we want to make it reliable in that when Claude kicks off this process and looks through decisions.md, it understands our preference for certain things. So within here, each decision has a few bits of criteria. So it's like a rule, when to use it, examples, counter examples, like what a bad version of this would look like, so that it can review itself, and then why it was added. So we've got a number of existing rules in here around that. Things around feedback and state, like when to use a toast versus a modal, how to use loading states. But what I've added in down the bottom here, where is it? Here we go. So I actually reviewed those two designs and added a new decision rule, which is stepper versus progress bar. So I've told it when to use this version of the progress bar versus this version, and also my preference for using this version of the button with the arrow versus the one without it. So I've now added those into decisions.md off the back of reviewing those vibe coded games. So we've got the button hierarchy on the game screen, the forward arrow, when to use that, and the progress indicators for the steps. So that now will be something that Claude runs through whenever it vibe codes something new. So in order to test that, I actually did another version. So I asked it to do another version of the game. It understands what we want to get from the game, what the mechanics are, how we teach. But now you can see in this version, the arrow is in the button, and we are working with a version of the progress bar, which has the context that I asked for. And I would expect now, every time I vibe code a new version, it's going to follow that rule. I'll stop there. I hope that makes sense.
It does make sense. Yeah. Cool. Nice.
So yeah, that's kind of, so to kind of recap, I think applying a design system to something existing kind of vibe coded piece is not the way to go. You can do it, and you saw the results. They were kind of, it looked like someone had painted on the DMBA look and feel on here, but it was definitely suboptimal. It wasn't following our rules strictly, versus vibe coding from the start using the design system. We got what I would say was some pretty solid results out of that. They passed the eye test, and also give me variations where I can start to see preferences from my perspective that I would like to build into the system longer term. Any questions, Alan?
No, all clear. Thanks, Tom.
No worries.
Anything else to cover here?
I mean, obviously, like anything, when you're deciding whether something qualifies as a rule to write down, it's not, you don't necessarily make a rule of everything. So yeah, like, could you defend the choice with a principle or scenario? If not, then if it's just I prefer it and you can't point to why any choice is better in a similar situation, it's not really a rule. Your taste is kind of forming. So these are all the kind of guidance around design systems that regardless of whether you're building them and managing them and implementing them with AI or not, use your sensibilities as a designer to know when to make something a rule versus not. Anything else to add though? No, I don't think so. No, I think where the senior designer fits into all this is the kind of quality bar for what you can get out of vibe coding has got higher, not lower. But someone still has to look at the ideas that have come out the back of this process and decide which is the better way to teach. What is the more I'm just going to end up waffling, so I think we'll leave that there.
No, but I think that's exactly what the role of a designer in like building an AI design native system is seeing how AI system like understands what we have written in MD files and the components, and just make sure that the way it's applying this is actually on brand. So that's a big part of this job, is just translating now this, not that it's human readable, but also that it's like machine readable, that you're getting the results that you want to be getting.
Yeah. I think there's a whole lot of philosophical questions here around like how, where does the role of a junior designer fit into this? If you are just being handed this off and you're not getting to play with the design system and use it yourself so much, but I think that could end up being a whole different discussion. But
yeah, let's stop there. This goes then into, I think, other topics as well. So this is just, I think, a nice way to show how how design systems can be AI native. Thanks, Tom, for showing us this. And I see you in the next section.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, time to automate some of the boring tasks. So what we will do here is a weekly task that maybe a lot of you have to do if you're team leads, design leads, which is, let's call it like team reporting. Let's say that you need to stay updated about what each team member does, and you would like to each week basically know what the status of the project is. And there's some kind of a Google Sheet that you have where you're tracking that. So let's just build this quickly together. So this is the name of the person. We'll talk about this later. Maybe project name and status. Actually, if this is weekly, right, we would probably want to have status per week. So maybe this is status, let's see, status week 1, status week 2, and so on. And what we would want our team members to do, let's say Tom, Nay, is to basically, if we are in week 1 of the project, we would want them to fill this out. And if they were in week 2 of the project, to fill this out. And we give them a few options. Where is this done? Drop down. Yeah, I think it's drop down. Done. In progress. Let's say 50% or less. And then maybe in progress 50% or more. I'm just making stuff up here. Obviously, this is all the stuff you can adjust and make better. I don't know, just choosing some colors here like this. Yeah. So we have these different versions of what they can choose here. And what we want basically is that if they didn't do it by Friday, let's say 4 p.m., that they get reminded. And up until now, we had to chase them and do this ourselves. And just imagine there is not just 3, but there is maybe like 12 people on this list. You do spend quite some time doing these kind of things. And yeah, probably this is not exactly what you're doing, but you might have some kind of tasks that in some shape or form will relate to what we're building here, which is automations to free up some time we can really spend more time on what really matters. which is the actual work. Okay, so let's build this team reporting. And I'll open up an anti-gravity instance and basically tell it to, hey, can you help me build an automation that would every week on Friday at 4 p.m. Central European time ping any of the team members that haven't filled out the status report, which we have in a Google Sheet. So just ping them through Slack. I'm giving it a really, really simple prompt here because I don't know how we should build this. So I wanted to figure it out. I wanted to ask me questions. So that's why I'm using the plan mode. And I'm guessing it's going to come up with some clarifying questions for how to build this because I'm not sure completely either. Okay, so we have a few questions from Claude. First one is, what is the sheet structure? How is the status report tracked in Google Sheet? What indicates whether someone has filled it out or not? So do we have a column per week? Do we have a timestamp column? Or do we have checkbox column? Each row is a person with a checkbox or a status value per week. Each row. So row is, just to clarify, because I know a lot of designers don't like sheets, row is this, and this is column. So checkbox column. Each row is a person with a checkbox or status value per week. No, column per week. Each column is a week, each row is a person. Yes, so that's the one we have, right? So we have person per row, and then this is a week. How do we want to remind these people? Let's say DM, right? We could do this. We could also do something else. We could send an email, whatever really we can choose here. Scheduling, very important. So how should this automation be scheduled to run? Is it through Claude Code's built-in scheduled triggers, or would we use a server or Mac local C-run job? Well, definitely Claude Code's built-in schedule triggers, which, by the way, Claude Code schedule tasks is a feature that it was introduced, I don't know, a few weeks back, where you can run prompts on a schedule. You can do command loop, or you can do command schedule, and that's what we're gonna use. So if you want to dive deeper, that's what you can look into. But yeah, I'm gonna choose the first one. Submit answers. So now it came back with a few more questions. How are team members identified in the Google Sheet? Is there a column with their Slack username or email, or just their name? Well, right now it's just a name, but because I have built the similar things before, I am expecting that this column B will have to put in Slack ID, which is the unique identifier of each team member, which, by the way you can get it is if you go on Slack, if you just do the right click over the person, and then you can do copy. Copy name, not. Actually, you will have to then click into this person, and then go here, and then where is it? Steps about view profile. Okay, here it should be here. Copy member ID. Copy member ID, and we will do the same for the other two. So for Mercy and for Yarnay. And then, I mean, right now it's enough if we have just one, so we can test things out. Project name, testing project, doesn't really matter. Okay, basically now we have this sheet ready for testing. So if we go back, now we can answer. It's Slack username column. Well, there is actually Slack ID column, B column, right? B is here. So I click enter. Slack authentication. For Slack, should I set up dedicated Slack bot or use an existing Slack integration you already have? Use existing Slack app. I don't think I have one. Use Slack MCP tools. Create a new Slack bot. Most reliable, or use Slack MCP. Actually, well, let's try Slack bot if it's recommended. Okay, here is the plan. File structure makes sense. So .env file. Yes, I'll explain what it is. Tokens, temporary scripts. Okay. Makes sense. And I will need to create a one-time. I will need to create a bot. So let's just go ahead. And then I guess Claude will also give me instructions for what I have to do versus what it will take care of. So I'll definitely have to. So here's like a nice also overview of what usually happens when you're in the build phase, which is that you will basically see like a whole plan. So right now it's in the step 1. That's what this star is for. Create a skill directory structure, copy and patch to Google auth. So I already have Google connected to my Claude code, but I will ask you to explain how you would do it if we wouldn't have that. Then it's going to create a check status Python script. This is going to be a script that's going to check if people have already like basically added their status here or not. Hey, Google Auth. It then is going to write the skillmd. It's going to write the env file, install the Python dependencies, and set up the remote trigger schedule. Okay. What do you need from me? What do you need from me? By the way, the env file is very, very important. So let me just spend a second on that. So basically when you're building some kind of a potential prototype, or whenever you are connecting your prototype to some kind of API service, you will need to add your API keys. Well, somehow the code will need to communicate to your API keys. An API key is basically a password, and if somebody gets it, then they can use that service. So for example, if you would have my API key for my Claude code, you would be able to use my usage tokens. This means that, you're basically wasting or using my money. So that's why we're trying to, or you're getting some kind of data that you shouldn't be getting. So that's why the best practice is to store all the API keys in a file called .env. And I'll show you how this is done. But whenever you see this, it means that you basically need to store some kind of information, sensitive information for your script to work. There we go. For some reason today, the bypass permissions is not working because all of these questions I'm getting about, hey, can I do this? Can I do that? Should be just automatically done. All of these things should not be happening. But it is what it is. So it's doing the job. We have talked about the env. So actually, I do know that I will need to set up a bot, right? So actually, let's start doing that. Where was that section about the bot? There was something about a bot somewhere. Maybe it was in the plan. Let's see, requirements, status. I think it was somewhere here. Okay, it's here. Step 4, one-time Slack bot setup. So I will need this link. I'll need to go here. Create an app. Let's see what it says. So create a new app. Okay, boom. From scratch, I guess. Yes, from scratch. App name, weekly status. Select the workspace, the team, create app. And then what does it need from me? Auth and permissions, both tokens, scopes, add, chat. Okay. App ID, client ID, display information. So scope, let's see, where is the scope? generate token and scopes, right? Is it here? Token name, add scope, token name. Actually don't know what this means. Weekly, let's see, weekly, what is that? Weekly status, right? Let's see, add scope. Okay, so for scope, I'm gonna copy this over, chat, right? Let's see, no items. Okay, so I got stuck here. So what I will do is basically, okay, so now we have the message that code is built, and now we are the ones that are the bottleneck. That's usually the case. So I will now tell Claude Code I'm having issues. Hey, I'm just trying to create this Slack bot, and I got stuck here. You can see the screenshot. I'm on the right page, and I'm now in the step 2, trying to get the bot token, I guess. Well, I'm in step 2, so just help me out. As I said in the beginning, I'm not an engineer, but I've just been playing with this enough to be able to know what I need to ask, and that's it. But still, a lot of times I don't know exactly the terminology either. So click add an OAuth scope. Scroll, okay, in the left sidebar, click, okay, so I'm not on the right page. Click on the OAuth and permissions that's here. And now we need to click bot token scopes. I guess that's here. Add an OAuth. Yes. Add an OAuth. And now chat right. Okay. That is added. Scroll back up and click install to workspace and authorize. Scroll back up. I am back up, but I don't see this. Install to workspace, install to. I guess that's it. Allow. Let's see. Copy the bot OAuth token at the top. Starts with okay. Copy. Okay. The app level token section you were in under. Okay. So we have gotten to step 5. Okay, step 5 done. Where do I add the token? Yes. Okay, so I need to do it here. Slack bot token. So one other thing I recommend you to not do is to drop your API keys or stuff like that into the chat. Long story short, don't do it. Just rather always write directly into the env file. Okay, so we have done this. Now we need to also give it the spreadsheet ID. So the spreadsheet ID is, I believe, this part. Actually, let's just ask it. What part of this URL is spreadsheet ID? It actually told me even before. Anyway, now I got it. Boom, boom. Spreadsheet ID is not as sensitive at all, so that's why I can drop it into the chat as opposed to Slack bot token. Okay, Command S. Is that all? Let's see if that's enough. Not quite. Still need to do Google OAuth so the script can access the sheet. Run this. It will open up a browser window asking you to sign. No, you run it. So a lot of times you'll get Claude Code telling you what to do, and a lot of times you can just tell it to do it exactly this for you. So what will happen now is we should see a Google page open up on our screen, and we should be able to grant access. There's a bash command here. I still don't see anything opening. Yes. Okay, there we go. So now I need to basically give my blessing. The authentication flow has completed. You may close this window. Okay. So let's go back to anti-gravity. Now it should already have information that this is done. Actually, now you can see how annoying it is if the bypass permission is not working. Basically, it's just asking all the time to approve everything. Yeah, for some reason, it's just not working today. Okay, the sheet name in env is set to spreadsheet's title, but it should be the tab name. Yes. Okay. So that it corrected itself. That's good. So now everything that's in env makes sense. The sheet is connecting fine, but the header uses exactly. I was waiting for this. So the issue we have right now is that this is not really self-explanatory. Like, what is status W1, status W2? What would be better is that we had dates. The script was expecting date-based headers to find current week. Simplest fix, always use rightmost column as the current week. The way you just add new column each week and it's automatically picked up. Let me update the logic. That's one way to solve it. The other way would be, no, please just create in the spreadsheet column for each week in the Q2, so second quarter of 2026. Do this from column D onward. Okay, so this is from here onward. It's going to create, I guess, 12 weeks. And if it does this correctly, then it's not going to need to rely on the rightmost column, because then it's again on us to be creating that column each week, and we don't want this. Okay, so now the dry run has worked. So basically, Claude has created these columns, and it basically identified that Tom needs to be basically reached out to. It hadn't actually performed this action because it was just a dry run, but then it also identified a problem, which is that we can not use Anthropic's cloud because it doesn't have access to the local Mac, so it can't run the Python script or read the local credentials OAuth token. So the right approach here is local Mac cron jobs. So remember in the beginning when we were planning this out, one of the options was to actually do this through the local job. What this means is that our computer just needs to be on in order for this to work. So it's not as convenient. But still, if our computer was on Friday at 14 UTC, or anytime after that, it would run this schedule. Two things to do before next Friday: add Slack IDs for Messi and Irne. Yes, we haven't done this. Can we now run? Can we run this for Tom? Just send him a message, reminder to fill out the status in here, and then we just give him the link. And let's see if this works. Now it's it actually already had a reminder message. And now I gave it a new one, so it's gonna update this in the send live Slack DM to Tom. DM sent to Tom. He should have it in Slack now. I guess I won't be able to see this because it was sent through bot. Okay, so that's the downside of this approach. If we went with a different approach with a Slack MCP, it would be able to send messages as us, which would maybe be better in this case. So actually, let's try and do this. Actually, can we not use bot, but rather MCP Slack, so that the message is sent as me, Alan. Also, now you can see that we're getting very, very close to having full context window. So I would typically open up a new chat and just, or instance of agent and just continue there. Especially now because we're changing the whole approach to it, because we just built everything with Slack bot, and now we're changing to an MCP approach. What we're basically doing is instead of using right now we do want to use an MCP, and before that we basically went through APIs and tried to build a bot. And bot obviously will not look like the message came from us, but it came through a bot. Now we actually want to use MCP so that it actually looks like it came through us. So it's gonna, now it has to redo a lot of the code. We no longer need a Slack bot token, so it's gonna take this out. Yeah. Now let's test it. I already have the MCP for Slack connected. That's why this is going to be pretty fast. And let's see if the message is delivered. Yes. So Tom has gotten the message, and there's also a message sent using CLAUDE. Yeah, there we go. Sent. So this is how this works. So you can see that I just started with a very broad idea of what I actually want to build. I was exploring the technological architecture of how we can do this. There were various options. Obviously, we had to kind of glue together a spreadsheet with Slack, and we wanted it to come through us. And then we found a way. So now basically every Friday, this would be at 4 p.m. If our computer was on, it would be ran. If we wanted to have a system where this wouldn't be connected to our own computer, we could use, we could just ask CLAUDE, hey, let's do it. Hey, actually, if my computer, let's say I don't work on Fridays usually, is there another architectural way we could solve this? Maybe with a server, or what do you suggest? Don't do anything, just give me options. So again, like I'm just now basically a conductor trying to understand what are my options here. And yeah, CLAUDE Code is a great teacher as well, and it's going to give you different options for how you can solve this. And then if I spend more time on this, I would be able to use it. So number 3, reframe it as a remote trigger, which is also its recommendation. Since the Slack MCP is connected to your CLAUDE AI, remote trigger can send Slack messages. Oh, since we actually move away from the API architecture, so the Slack bot architecture, to the MCPs, now we could use the CLAUDE built-in cloud structure infrastructure, which is the most convenient way we could have solved this. I think we can stop here. So my goal with this section was to just show you how you can build automations, things that would help you as a team lead. I mean, obviously this is like a very team lead specific example, but I just hope it gives you some idea for what kind of things you can build so you can transfer them to your own use cases. And with this, we are also closing the build section of this video, and I'll just have a short outro for you in the next section. All right, that's the course. So I hope you got a lot out of this, because I genuinely enjoyed making it. But the thing is that this field moves ridiculously fast. Even during this week, when I was recording this video, new stuff dropped. For example, CLAUDE or Anthropic announced a new model called Mythos, and it's supposed to be way better even than Opus. There was also a new plan mode called Ultra Plan. So yeah, there's new features I couldn't even include in this video. So, and that made me wonder, like, what is the future of this space and how can we really keep up? Because this video will get old in a few months probably. I mean, the principles will stay the same, but there's just a lot of features and new ways that you could do things that will be new. So that's why I'm playing with an idea. It's something I call a Agentic design community. I even bought a domain already. It's a place where we would regularly do trainings, where we would break down new tools as they drop, but not just Claude Code, also like Figma Make, UX Pilot, Google Stitch, or even new agentic tools. So it will be sort of like an ongoing education for design community. Frankly, I don't know if I will build it yet. Depends whether if enough of you actually want it. So if this does sound interesting to you, like click the first link in the description and join the waitlist. And that's frankly it. Thanks for watching and see you in the next one.